It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. And some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but someday we'll realize it's Sandra. But when they start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend of Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra.
Good morning, K-Man. What a lovely country song. I love it. How are you guys doing this beautiful Thursday morning? I was confused yesterday about what day of the week it was, but today I am crystal clear as I can be. So, how is everybody doing? I'm good. I'm here. Living my best life, really. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's jump right in. We got a little bit of stuff to talk about this morning. First of all, I have been meaning to let me mute this What's Up tab, because otherwise you guys will hear pinging throughout the entire show. It's like ping, 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 ping. All right, honey chia. Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you guys a little something. And I love a good deal, and I love practical things that really make your life so much easier. And so there was something that I discovered on my travels that I was going to share with you guys. I feel like I need to start doing what they call in the industry unboxing videos. They're so much fun, where you take like a product and you unbox it and you like talk about it. And I know you guys are here for it. We're living vicariously through each other, and I am living vicariously through Amazon. So, the Amazon cart always has like a million things in it. And then when you check your spend for the month, you're like, okay, let me see what I have left over that I can actually go and spend anything on. You remove like 75% of the items. And not for nothing, but can I tell you that the Amazon prices have gone up? In case you've not noticed, the price of everything has gone up since a certain person has been president of the United States of America. Amazon is no exception. The dollar value has dropped from the lowest, and I don't know how many years, and even their passport now has dropped out of the top 10 for like the first time ever. Wow. People don't even want the passport anymore. It's crazy. But let me grab something because I want to show you guys a little something that's like amazing. Hold on one second.
The Fall Labour Force Survey and Quality of Life Survey conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office (ESO) started on Sunday, September 28th. The Labour Force Survey seeks to collect data on the employed and unemployed persons in the Cayman Islands, as well as those who are not in the labour force. The Quality of Life Survey seeks to gather information on life satisfaction, sense of well-being, financial security, economic outlook, social inclusion, sense of belonging to the local community, and perceived health. Trained interviewers, with ESO ID cards, will visit randomly selected households. The interviews are confidential in accordance with the Statistics Act. No individual data will be published or disclosed. Survey data are exempt from Freedom of Information requests. For more details, please call the ESO hotline at 516-3329, that is, 516-3329.
All right, so let me show you guys something. Oh gosh, bad drivers out there, y'all need to behave because I'm getting reports about you this morning. That's not nice. Behave yourselves. Okay, let me see here. So, I always tell you guys this. One of the reasons I really, really enjoy traveling is it opens up your eyes to what is happening elsewhere in the world and how people live and just the dynamics of like their language and their culture and relationships. And it's just like, I find it so interesting. When Dr. Sarah was on the show yesterday, big shout out to her. Isn't she wonderful? She was saying how from a very young age, she was always curious about people. And she liked to figure things out and figure people out and listen to people and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, a lot of times I'm curious too. Like I have a natural curiosity about people and how they live their lives. So one observation that I make is Caribbean people can be kind of particular about certain things and maybe transcends beyond Caribbean people, but for sure, Afro-Caribbean people are very, very particular. Okay, hold on one second. We got a caller early. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Sandra, good morning.
Morning.
This is Ron Mullins here. I'm asking you, please, could you take my information, my picture, and my name off your website, please? Please.
Ron, what?
No, please. I'm asking you, nice. I'm asking you kindly, please. I don't need nobody messaging me. I don't need nobody calling me and asking me no bunch of stupidness. Just please. I'm asking you very nicely. Can you take my picture and my name off your website, please?
I'm a little bit confused, Ron, because
Sandra, can't be confused. I'm asking you one question. Just asking you one thing. Please just take my name, my picture from your platform. That's all I'm asking you.
You do understand that you were featured in Parliament yesterday for receiving status.
I know, and it's okay, but I'm asking you to take it down from your website because the information, yes, already out there, but I'm asking you, please, right now, very nicely, very calmly, very collectively. Good morning, Sandra. I've been messaging you and asking you from last night. Can you please take my name and my picture off your website? Please.
I am.
Please.
But I'm confused because this is.
Don't be confused. Just remove my name and my picture from your website. That's all I'm asking.
Wow.
Make news from somebody else, but just take. I don't need nobody. As I said, I don't need nobody calling me, messaging me, and asking me no questions. And which has already started from last night until now. And I'm asking you nicely, please remove my name and my picture from your website. That's all I'm asking.
I'm afraid, Ron, that's not exactly how it works. Like we cover news.
I mean, that's not how it works. You don't cover what news. You don't need to make a news about me. It's already on the news. It was on the TV. You don't need to
redo anything on your
What?
page about me. That's what I'm trying to ask you to please remove it. That's all I'm asking. Simple.
What do you mean it was on the news on the TV? You're
It,
receiving
the Parliament
status
read
yesterday?
the Parliament read on the TV, the
Yeah.
local TV news.
So what's the
So
problem then? I don't understand.
I don't need it to be on your website. That's all I'm asking. So please take my. First of all, you didn't even ask if you could use my picture and use my name on your thing. And that's my privacy. Regardless, you have to ask that question, and then I probably could have given you full. I could have given you the full story, but because you didn't ask, and it's call me and ask me or message me and ask me anything, you just went and post for you and post. I'm just asking you nicely, please just remove it from your website, please. Please take it off.
Mr. Rohan.
Oh my God.
No, it's not a oh my God situation. I don't even know why this is a problem. Because
it's not a problem. I just want you to take it off. That's all I'm saying. I don't need my face and my name on top of your website. That's all I'm saying. Just please take it off. Please. Please just remove it, please.
Okay.
Please.
I'm afraid to tell you that that's just not how media works. I mean,
oh my God, that's how media works. Because if you're media, you call someone or you message someone, you ask them first.
No, you don't. You think CNN calls and messages everyone that they're going to do a story on?
Listen. You're not CNN. You came on Mall Road.
I'm aware, but we still follow the same rules. We still follow the same rules of media.
Yeah, but CNN gets sued every time they do something stupid. Yes, they do. Don't tell me. I live in the States for years. Don't tell me that foolishness. I know this. You can't go doing something against someone's will. So, especially in America. But you will get a suit lawsuit.
Okay. Well, we cover Americans, we cover Canadians, we cover all kinds of people.
I'm just asking you kindly. It's already out there, but I'm asking you kindly, take my picture and my name off your site. Please, that's all I'm asking. Take my picture off and my name off your site. That's all I'm asking. And I have that right to ask you that. I'm asking.
I mean, yes, you have the right to ask, and I have the right to say no. I mean, it's as simple as that.
See, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be that nice guy. And then I'm asking you nicely.
I think you just need to relax. I mean, this isn't about trying to be a nice guy. Hopefully you're a nice guy because we just gave you status.
I am relaxed. You don't want to see unrelaxed. I am relaxed, and I'm asking you nicely.
Well, we just gave you status, Bobo. Welcome to the family. So you should
I've been had status. You see, you not even know the whole thing. I've been had status. Nobody even give me shit. I've been had it. I've been here for over 3 fucking months now. So please.
Okay, we on radio, so you can't use the profanity. How you gonna have status and then we gonna give you status? Huh? How does that even make any sense? Boy, what I want to know is what criteria are we using to give status to people? Because if this is it, we might have a problem. I don't know him, right? And what I know, listen, let me message him. You were no. Mr. Rohan, that's his name, right? It is not even it's not even 9:30 in the morning. Don't be trying to come for auntie with no foolishness. If you think that we don't have a right to use your picture, go call your lawyer. I'm sure you got one. Okay? Call your lawyer and ask them what we have a right to do. Dude, you receive status. It's a public record through cabinet. It's not that you applied through the regular method, because apparently that regular method didn't work for you, because I saw back in 2017, you were suing immigration and you still didn't get it. So I don't know what's going on there. We can't give you status if you already got status. That don't make no sense. So come again with the real story. But you don't have to tell me the story. This is the thing. I don't have to call you for a quote. You don't have to give me the story. We simply reported what happened in Parliament yesterday. And what is the big deal, dude? Seriously. Wow. No, sir. In fact, Let me get the video clip. Hold on now. Let me see if anybody can grab me the video clip. Because our ministers got up in Parliament and said, oh, you know, I used to go clubbing with him. I used to hang out at the nightclub, and his mom, I was a good person. And, you know, I never even knew that he had status because he was here from he was 2 years old. Okay, cool. It's Rowan. Oh, yes, that's his name. See, I don't even know this dude. But that's not how media works. Media doesn't. Imagine if media had to call everybody every time you wanted to write a story about something that's in the public purview. We needed to use a photo. Media would never get anything done. Like, that's ridiculous. You lived in the States. Well, you're living in the States clearly didn't help broaden your horizon or your knowledge, Bobo, because you're missing a few things. Oh my God. Melita says the day is too beautiful for this ignorance to be included into the atmosphere. I mean, come on. What is the issue? Parliament, our House of Parliament. This is public. It is now part of the public records, the Hansards. It was live streamed for the world to see. Media will cover it. I was probably the first one that got to it, but CNS soon put it up. Compass soon put it up. What are you going to do? Call them and try to threaten them and cuss them out too? Be better. Do better. Because now you're one of us. And not going to be so easy for us to get rid of you. So just relax yourself. Neela says, wow, this could never be Mr. Mullings. I tell you what, as soon as they get status, they switches on us. Not even, it's like, boom, switch right away. Lord have mercy. Good morning, Pamela. Barry Lee. Take it down if you know how he sound, please. No, that's not how this works. The public doesn't get to dictate what we cover as news. Imagine if that was the case. Hello. Really? No, sir. Morning, clean and straight. Island Pearl says, I don't like what I'm hearing at all from this so-called new had status Caymanian. I mean, I'm confused because if he had it, cabinet just wasted giving it to him. So let's see, my phone line's blowing up with messages. Someone says he hasn't switched. He's been like that forever and a day. Oh, okay. Well, yes, that's who we give status to. Okay. What a mess. Let's have a look at what actually went down in cabinet yesterday, okay? Because I want y'all to see how this went down and what was said. I mean, sir, you just made yourself a bigger news story. We were going to just congratulate you this morning. They said you're a ghost Caymanian. Somebody said maybe revocation is an order if they look at history. Let me just see here. Well, Mr. Gary supported this application. Even our immigration minister jumped up and said that he was clubbing with him too. So, apparently that's good criteria. Wow, somebody says he's a damn crook and trying to stay in hiding. It should have been 9:30 so you can see and hear his true colors. Ron is not the nice guy he claims. Well, he lucky. He's very lucky. Okay, tell him call back 9:30 because then we can turn it up. We can turn it up. Jean-Eric, I can't replay what he said this morning because Bobo started cursing on the radio. And we can't, what do you say? His name is Rowan, not Rohan, and it's pronounced Ron. Ronan? What? How are you pronouncing it? What a hot mess. All right, I gotta save my Amazon fine until later because clearly we got bigger things popping off here this morning. Straight out of the barn, jump right into it. Somebody sent me the clip. Let's watch this. This is a matter of public record. You all do not. Mirstar says, what's a ghost Caymanian? Dapper frightening some people, apparently. They're frightened by Dappers. I don't know. But you do not get to apply or because I think you have to, I'm sure you do, because we saw what happened when I dug up and the Tortuga people getting status, Miss Monique. Her father applied on her behalf and put in all kind of erroneous information. Cabinet not even verifying half the ish that they're being told and that they're given. They need to do a better job here too. And I could call them out this morning. Okay? Our same immigration minister out here telling us that they're going to be curtailing all kind of stuff. Well, curtail those cabinet grants to start with. Y'all need to try and do away with them as far as I'm concerned. Fix the law so that it works for people. Don't make exceptions for people that have to come out of cabinet as far as I'm concerned. So Mr. What his name is, let's just call him Ron for ease, because God knows if you mispronounce his name, he might get upset about that too. Let's go ahead and have a look at what was said in cabinet on yesterday's SPS and opening of cabinet, Parliament, my apologies.
Section 26(1)(e) of the Immigration Transition Act.
Hold on. I need to unmute that. Give me one second.
Acting upon the
Bobo.
recommendation of the Cayman Status
Let's unmute it.
Register Board,
It was actually the
may grant the right to be Caymanian.
Employment. And
it was actually the minister who brought it. Okay.
Honorable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the government motion number 4, 2025-2026, the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision, the Immigration Transition Grant of the Right to be Caymanian Order of 2025. Mr. Speaker, thank you again. The order laid today, entitled Immigration Transition Grant of Right to be Caymanian Order 2025, is for Mr. Rowan Anthony Mullins. Section 26(1)(e) of the Immigration Transition Law 2022 revision empowers Cabinet to grant the right to be Caymanian to up to 4 persons in any calendar year who are recommended for such grant by the Caymanian Status and Permanent Residency Board. Any grant made by the Cabinet is, however, subject to ratification by the Legislative Assembly or Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in December 2024, an application was made to the Cabinet with the support of the Caymanian Status and Permanent Residency Board for the right to be Caymanian for Mr. Mullins.
Excuse me, Minister. I think you need to read the whole motion into the records first.
Sorry, sir.
Before you start to speak to it. Right on down to the resolve section. Thank you.
All right, so folks, he is just, the speaker, Mr. Ezra Miller,
Give me a second.
reminded him that he needs to speak. By the way, someone was asking me yesterday, maybe a parliamentarian can answer this question for me. Why was it that the speaker did not have on his wig yesterday? Is it because this was a different type of sitting in parliament? Can I just throw that question out there as an aside? And then let's continue listening. All right, so he's getting the full motion and he's been instructed by the speaker to please read the full motion. And that's the Honorable Michael Miles. And check out our little friend there. Pastor, oh Lord.
Speaker, whereas Section 26(1)(e) of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision provides the Cabinet acting upon the recommendation of the Cayman Status and Permanent Residency Board may grant the right to be Caymanian in accordance with section. And whereas, as at the meeting on the 11th of June 2025, Cabinet granted Mr. Rowan Anthony Mullins the right to be Caymanian pursuant to Section 26(1)(e). And whereas Section 26(1)(e) provides that such a grant shall be subsequently ratified by the Cayman Parliament. And whereas the Immigration Transition Act the Immigration Transition Grant of Right to be Cayman Order 2025 was laid on the table of Parliament. But it therefore resolved that the Immigration Transition Grant of Right to be Cayman Order 2025 be ratified by the Parliament pursuant to the provisions of Section 26(1)(e) of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision.
So moved. Does the minister wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again. Apologize for that oversight. The order laid today, entitled Immigration Transition Grant of Right to be Cayman Order 2025, is for Mr. Rowan Anthony Mullins. Section 26(1)(e) of the Immigration Transition Law 2022 revision empowers Cabinet to grant the right to be Cayman to up to 4 persons in any calendar year who are recommended for such a grant by the Cayman Status and Permanent Residency Board. Any grant made by Cabinet is, however, subject to ratification by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in December 2024, an application was made to Cabinet with the support of the Cayman Status Permanent Residency Board for the right to be Cayman for Mr. Mullins. Cabinet thereafter approved the recommendation for Mr. Mullins to be granted the right to be Cayman and requested that the decision be sent to Parliament of the Cayman Islands for ratification. Mr. Speaker, I will now set out why the Cayman Status and Permanent Residency Board and Cabinet were convinced that Mr. Mullins deserves the highest status that we grant non-nationals the right to be Cayman. Mr. Speaker, Rowan Anthony Mullins is 55 years old, Jamaican national who initially came to the islands prior to his 2nd birthday with his mom. Mr. Mullins completed his education through secondary school in Grand Cayman, having attended and graduated from the Cayman Islands High School. Thereafter, Mr. Mullins was issued a student visa in order to continue his tertiary education by attending a building construction course at the International College of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Mullins is currently self-employed as a contractor in his own construction company. He's also spent his entire life in the islands, having fostered many long-lasting and deep-rooted friendships and close-knit familial ties. Mr. Speaker, for the reason outlined above, and in part because Mr. Mullins has provided a series of noteworthy Caymanian reference in support of his application, namely Ms. Barbara Conley, JP, Mr. David White, JP, and Mr. Darva Whitaker, the Caymanian Status and Permanent Residency Board recommended Mr. Mullins as a suitable candidate to be considered for the grant of right to be Caymanian under Section 26(1)(e) of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision. There's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Mullins is deserving of the consideration of being granted the right to be Caymanian in accordance with the provisions of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Bordentown East?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I
of course.
want to give a short contribution. And I want to applaud the minister and the government for bringing this
Rolling eye
forward to
emoji.
Parliament. And this has been a long time coming. I've been contacted numerous times. And I was the minister who brought it to Cabinet so it could be sent down to Parliament.
Okay.
I was
we can
proud to do
him
so.
this morning.
I've known the young man for many, many years. And he has been here for over 50 years, as you heard, Mr. Speaker, and is well deserving of this status. And I don't think anyone else would even know that he wasn't born here if he didn't say. He has been amongst our community and well-known figure, well-deserving, and again in Parliament will get my support. I just want to say thank you again to the government. But like his case, where the children had no choice in coming to the Cayman Islands, as children, and went through all the school systems, primary, middle, high, in the Cayman Islands. All that they know is what they've learned in the Cayman Islands. And there's many cases out there, and we need to find a way. There's many categories of persons who have been here a long time. Everyone knows that it's one of my pet peeves, and I am very sympathetic towards children who come here and spend all their life here, their parents, and then they end up in that category of Nowhereans. There's a lot of them, and I hope that the ministry and the minister finds a way in the government to try to one fell swoop, try to help some of these. It really affects their ability to study and to get employment. I know of another young man and many other young persons, females also, who have a like situation. And I know that the government only has 4 per year. But if we could find some way to bring this to Parliament, bring a motion or something for us to try to capture as much as possible for these good contributing citizens that have been here all their life, nowhere else, no family.
Stick a pin. Didn't we already curtail Cabinet's ability to give out status grants because we saw the last time that wasn't curtailed? What happened? Okay, let John keep talking, because you jackasses keep electing this jackass to public office. So let him keep talking, and y'all better pay attention.
Nowhere else. All their friends are here. And Mr. Speaker, I think I've said enough. I think
you have. Sit down, donkey.
We need to figure out this Ghost Caymanian situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the minister again.
The member, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just rise on behalf of the official opposition to say that we have no issues with this. And
but you guys brought the motion? You guys supported it?
So, just to say that agreeing with our colleague from Bodden Town East, there are many of us out there amongst us, many amongst us that we've known to be our own, that find themselves in the same position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Yes, let's go ahead and
Mr.
do the
Speaker, I
vote.
rise here today to
not
support this, like what the Leader of Opposition said earlier. Ron grew up with us. We played football together. We went to nightclubs together. And this was a complete shock when this came to me that Ron Mullins wasn't one of us. And I go back a little bit, his mom, Miss Pauline, is near and dear, and she used to sell food. And I remember sometimes she came by Burger King, and when I didn't have money in my pocket, that lady gave me a plate of food. So I just want to, welcome Ron. I always thought he was Caymanian, and his mom for the contribution they've done for the country and the fellow Caymanians as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Get somebody.
Does any other member wish to speak?
I mean, some Filipinos gave me a plate of food, but I know y'all would pissed off if we gave them status. I'm just saying.
Does any other member wish to speak?
No.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the immigration. Okay. My apologies to the minister. Do you wish to exercise your right to reply?
Now listen.
I went to the nightclub with Ron too, by the way.
Really?
No,
Wow.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I appreciate the members supporting Ron in this. I know that it's been a very long haul for him. Like the member for Button Town East, he's been calling me every day or at least once a week or texting me to make sure that this is on the ballot. And I'm happy to help him for him to get on with life. So I thank my colleagues and certainly the opposition and independent members for this support.
Okay.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the Immigration Transition Grant of the Right to be Caymanian, Order 2025, be ratified by the Parliament pursuant to the provisions of Section 26(1)(e) of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? I believe the ayes have it. The motion has been approved.
All right.
I invite the Premier to move the adjournment.
All right, folks. So that's how it went down yesterday. In case you're tuned in now to the show, we did a story last night. Let me bring you guys up to speed because some of you are like, well, what went down this morning? We did a story that Cabinet granted. This is very unusual, you see, and that's why it's newsworthy, Mr. Ron. In case you're wondering, well, why is this newsworthy? You shouldn't have gone through Cabinet then. I mean, Cabinet has very limited powers to grant only 4 people per annum this right. And it is considered an immense honor to get this through Cabinet. And unlike what McKeeva Bush did back in the day when he gave out thousands of status grants, I was one of the people out there protesting in the streets to ensure that that never happened again. And the subsequent government, the same PPM government, that's part of the reason why PPM was formed, to stand up against foolishness like that with McKeeva Bush. And the same PPM government said, nope, we can never allow this to happen again. And so they curtailed it to only 4 applications per annum. Now, it should be used extremely sparingly, with it being just 4 applications to well-deserving individuals who, in situations perhaps like yours, you've got a longevity argument. But clearly, longevity is not the only criteria. They need to be looking at people's contributions and their character. And after your outburst this morning, I mean, my phone lines have blown up about your character and allegations and asking how much research did Cabinet actually do? Of course, John got supported. You're probably one of his big time political supporters. Once the money flowing in his direction, his mouth supports anything. These people are not loyal to policy and the people of the Cayman Islands. So, I mean, the question has to be, what was it about your application since you'd been here for over 50 years? Why wouldn't Cabinet, my apologies, why couldn't you get it through the normal route? Because 50 years, not for nothing, is a really, really long time. So what was the hindrance why you were unable to get it? How did you even get into this category of being a quote unquote ghost Caymanian? And then you hear that fool John. Oh, well, we should just, let them all get it. We need to fix this and just open it back up again so everybody who's a ghost Caymanian can get status. We made that mistake already, John. And when we made that mistake, we let in all kind of criminals and undesirables because there was no checks and balances in place. So the decision has been made by the people of the Cayman Islands and pushed through to our elected officials that, no, we don't want you guys having that kind of power under no circumstances. Let people apply and be vetted based on their applications. Because you see, Cabinet can give it for any reason or no reason at all. It does not even matter. It's kind of ludicrous. This person had the following to say: this route is rare and used sparingly, typically for people with decades of meaningful service or extraordinary impact. It's not an entitlement and cannot be applied for through a standard form or process. Cabinet may grant status to, and they look like they quoted the law here, individuals who've had exceptional contributions to the Cayman Islands, i.e. public service, community development, education, healthcare, or business, and persons who've served the islands with distinction or demonstrated long-standing commitment beyond personal gain. It's hard to get. And that's how he's responding. That's very telling. And the question I now have this morning, Sir Ron, is if that's how you're responding, I also need to ask about, did you even meet the criteria as laid out in the law? What public service, what community development, what education, healthcare, or business? No, sir. Y'all not easy. Another person had some very, very strong words. I can't really, some of these are expletives. The person says the government needed to have checked him out thoroughly before granting it. Another person says those who voted for him to get it should be flogged in the middle of Heritage Square this morning with a cow cod. Maybe the government can revisit and revoke. What a hot mess. No, sir. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy.
How you doing, honey Jill?
I'm doing great. Oh my God, what am I hearing here this morning?
Yo, you understand?
It's like, why are we even considering individuals like these? They have been here in a long time. Mm-hmm. They are undesirables and they should be deemed persona non grata. Mm. I mean, it's appalling. This man is on radio and behaving like this and just got status. Mm-hmm. Well, it should be revoked. Mm-mm. It is crazy. I mean, so much of this BS is going on in this country. And I agree, Cabinet should not, and I repeat, should not have the ability to grant any status to any individual. That should be done by immigration, and there are processes which need to be followed. But when we have this kind of wonton process, where you going to recommend it because your buddies, you've been clubbing together, and God knows what else you've been doing, right? Because we know the elements that are here: guns, drugs, prostitution, and the likes. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's appalling. Where are we going? How are we expecting to build a good country when we do things like this?
Mm-hmm. Wow, it is shocking. I mean, the comments that I'm getting this morning, if even half of these are true about what he's been up to, it's no wonder he don't want information out there that he's gotten Cayman status, trying to hide it. But it's already in the public purview. You can't hide something like this.
It's too bad. It's not about what he wants. It's about what he will get.
Exactly.
Right. And because it's public knowledge, he can't stop it. Yeah. So he can beg you as much as he wants. I would vehemently say, deny his requests.
Yeah, and this is, again, a perfect example of when it is probably in your best interest to say nothing at all. I keep telling people, you guys specialize in opening Pandora's box. You know, sometimes just keep your mouth shut. Because everybody was congratulating Ron. Like I said, I don't personally know him. Everyone is congratulating him. And then he gets on the show this morning and acts the fool. Now my phone is blowing up with more about him than I ever cared to know.
Exactly.
Doesn't seem like he's such an upstanding, deserving citizen of this in any event.
It goes back to the old cliche. It's better to keep your mouth shut and be thought a fool than to open it and remove the doubt. Mm-hmm. I will end with that.
Thank you so much, caller. 936-2626. The phone lines are open here this morning. You know, it's sad that people still don't understand how media works, because you don't get to dictate to media what they can publish and what they can't publish, especially when things happen as part of government. We, the people, have a right, a God-given right in a democracy to look at what our government does, certainly to report on it. This isn't America. This isn't Trump land. Because over there, they're trying to curtail democratic freedom of speech and media rights beyond anything that we have seen since Hitler was in power. That's not how it works in a democracy. And we live in a democracy. So you don't get to tell Compass, CMR, Cayman News Service, nobody what to publish. I myself have been put in the news, sometimes unflattering. And what am I going to do? It is public information. You know what I do? Is I try to put it out there first and put out the most accurate firsthand account so that people get it right. And there have been times that they have gotten it wrong. Sir, we didn't get nothing wrong about you. Read the article. I actually thought it was a very nice, article. And now you come and muddle up the place and make a stink here this morning. What the hell is wrong with you? No, sir. I mean, really? Ugh. AJ said he has it 3 months ago. That might be, but it was ratified in Parliament on 10/15. Exactly. And that is a public record. Y'all need to go sit down. Every other news media have it up. He just didn't want it on CMR. It says Marshall. He needs to be on the 9:30 show. Listen, don't make him call 9:30 because he must have think he the only one who can curse at people. Tell me he's trying to be a nice guy. Well, if you got to try to be a nice guy, did we just give status to the wrong person? The very minimum you should do to get status from cabinet is be a nice guy. Our government ministers told me they were out clubbing with you. Somebody said he used to be a bouncer. I don't know nothing about the man. But government ministers do better. You going out clubbing with somebody is not a reason. And Jesus Christ. Sometimes y'all really embarrass me, nah? Y'all are supposed to be running this country, educated individuals. Who gives a if you out clubbing with somebody? That's not a reason to give somebody a status. Try and prepare your speeches properly. I have sat down, like I said, Filipinos have given me a plate of food too. And I sat down and break bread with them. And I think the group I was with was amazing and wonderful. You think I would get up in a public forum and say, this is a reason, okay, they've been here 50 years. And by the way, they fed me? Who cares? That does not meet the criteria of exceptional contributions. There's nothing exceptional about getting a plate of food from somebody, especially if they're Jamaican or Caymanians, because that's how we roll all the time. We can feed you if nothing else. That's not exceptional. So what have been his exceptional contributions except for the fact that he's been here for 50 years? That's what should have been highlighted. John, you said the progressives government were the ones who put this application in and came with this application. And yet you could not speak to a single contribution? Nothing meaningful? In fact, people are saying that he has a construction company, and they're like, Sandy, the construction company gets nothing but complaints about hoodwinking people. So they said he's a general. A lot of people with his construction business, he has general. A lot of people with his construction business. Why the MPs don't talk that? A lot of people complained on him. Is that the exceptional contribution? I mean, I'm a little bit confused here this morning. This person says flog their expletive, honey child. They know their true colors, but never could stand him. Michael can't remember what he should do is a sign that was a bad idea. He got to read that ish head saying, what? He got to read that. Oh, Lord God, he getting black and ugly, but behave. Let's not go there. Let's stick to the relevant points. So nightclub is a good thing to be doing or done. This is why they voted for him. Sandy Cayman has gone to the dogs and the cats. Well, this person doesn't like him. They said, I can't stand that guy and sorry he is allowed status. But about Ghost Caymanian, we got better than him that had deserved it. Why couldn't John board grant him status? Dig up his history and see why it took going to Parliament to have it approved. I bet he has some kind of record. Well, I mean, I don't know, but now it's really making me question. Ron, you did yourself no favors this morning by calling this show and going on like you did. You reminded me of Pastor Clark. Oh my God. This person said the article was nice. Everyone was supportive. So what are you afraid of? Another person says he's been wrapped up in criminal activity for years. Far as I know, he has a record. Wow. Lord God. Someone says it's interesting that he didn't get it in the mass status grants. Yeah, after we made mistake, our NAU applications tripled. Another person, here half moon, here full moon, sorry. Here full moon, birds of a feather flock together. If the street people spill the tea, there wouldn't be enough beds in the hospital to hold the patients of this outcome. What? Good morning, Carla.
Morning.
Honey child, good morning.
What we need to be asking is, what secrets he holding for who? Because if someone of that caliber gets it that way, he got secrets for somebody in high places. Have a good morning.
Thank you. I mean, Lord God, I don't know. This one is so strange. My God. Let's read some further comments. I am just flabbergasted here this morning. Y'all really can shock me on occasion, and this is definitely one of them. This person says it's hardly surprising that John would take this stance. Remember, he died in the wool, now defunct UDP, the same party responsible for the 2003 gold rush. And like I said, that previous administration, which John was a part of, obviously did a real number on this country. And we will never be able to put a true price tag on the detriment of those status grants. Let me be very, very clear here today. Yes, we have to get past it because we can't undo it. But everything from criminals to undeserving people who had been here mere months got it. This person says, what about the Caymanian children born and raised here that have to apply to be Caymanian? Why not pass a notion that to help his own people? This is facts, and everybody know him and his family brags this proudly. He wants to be Caymanian so bad, yet despises Caymanians and always proudly boasts and brags about being Jamaican. Well, isn't he afraid that they would take back the Cayman status? No, because guess what? We are so stupid. We have made it near impossible for anybody to have their Cayman status revoked. Remember when we were out there protesting, Larry and Linda, the next one there, West Bay at the dock, whatever his name is, can't remember now, Karen and Kevin, whatever their name was, right? And we had people who were running for political office then who said, yeah, when we get in, we're going to curtail, make sure we can take status away. Why didn't y'all start working on that? Make some strides on that front. That's the kind of business I want to see in Parliament. I'd like to see that come as soon as possible. So no, he's not fearful of taken away. No, the person goes on, says it was disrespectful and shameful. I think he applied and the board recommended his application to cabinet. Yes, but apparently he sued the immigration board before, the head of immigration, because I'm assuming he didn't get it. I might have to go look up that case and see what the details are. The person continues. It seems he didn't want people to know. Everyone was shocked that he didn't have status. All the politicians are surprised that he didn't have status. Why was Ron on this whole time? I know John not talking about doing another mass status grant. That's what it sounded like to me, Bobo. You can give someone a plate of food and get status? My God. Let me see. Let me see if I can look at the application against Rowan Mullings versus the Cayman Islands Immigration Officer 2017. Okay. Let me see if I can have a look at this case. Like I said, y'all need to just keep your mouth shut. Zip it. That would have just went over smoothly. Everybody was congratulating you. Nobody had no problems. You know what I'm saying? You were good. Why? Why? Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sandy. Morning.
Morning.
You're having a hot time in the seat this morning.
Yo, I'm like, what is going on here?
Well, okay. Number one, I give Ron wrong for calling you in the way he called you. You know what I mean? Because, well, I feel it's not everybody wants to be publicized in the way. Although I read the article, it was a good article to say, well, finally granted, you know.
Yeah. And if you don't want to be publicized, don't go through cabinet. I mean, let's be honest. Your application. And you know what? Somebody said this is why all applications for status need to be published again like how they used to be.
Yes, I understand that. Yeah, but what I'm saying, right? I've known the Mullins family for umpteen years. Because I grew up in Windsor Park too. Yeah? And I can tell you something, you know, about 8 or 9 years ago, it could be more. I met Miss Pauline, because I grew up with her too. She was like a mom to me too, you know. And I want to say I met Miss Pauline by a pharmacy and she was crying. And I asked her what happened. And, you know, I have never seen this happen before. Somebody who has a voter's ID, or she had 2 voter's IDs, but yet they were requesting her proof of residency. She had to go and do back all of her paperwork over. So something is wrong with the system also.
Well, here's the thing, right?
Sorry. But you could concur in that if you think it's frivolous.
Yeah, there's a lot wrong with the system. Let me be very, very clear. But
and the next thing, how can somebody be in the Cayman Islands for over 50 years and not be nationalized or have Cayman status?
Let me ask you a question. How was he here? You see, these are the details that, well, this is the details that I don't have, but now I'm curious to know, since he decided to put it out there a little bit more, I'm curious to know. Someone says he was not ordinarily resident here for the full 50 years. So there's more to this than meets the eye, and we need to have the details as far as I'm concerned. At this point, let us know how this happened.
Yeah, but I don't want you to tear him up too much because Ron is a cool guy. He's not a perfect guy like
you
nobody.
Know, he should probably call back and apologize this morning. Because now he got me looking at him all kind of sideways. Does he have a criminal record? Is he a cool cat that has a criminal record? What's going on here?
Well, like I say, he's a good, outstanding person. He's not a great person. Nobody is great here. Nobody is great in
You didn't ask him a question, do you know?
What's that?
I asked you a question. I said, is he a cool cat that has a criminal record? And you skirted the question and said, oh, you know, he's upstanding.
No. Well, I'm sorry. Well, I know that he was called up in certain things, which there is no proof that he did it. So he was released like a lot of people.
Okay.
Just like yourself.
All right. So he doesn't have a criminal record. That is what you're telling me.
And a lot of stuff that you did not get charged for, but they brought charges.
No, I got charged and it got thrown out by the court. So there is a difference.
Same thing with him.
Okay. All right.
That I know about. He had 1, 2 charges that were thrown out. You know?
So to the best of your knowledge, he's not served prison time, because some people are saying check the court archives. To my knowledge, he went to prison for something years ago, but you don't know anything about that. You're saying not to your knowledge.
Well, what I know, he was locked. Why they locked him up for one time that I know about was suspected arson of a vehicle, of his personal vehicle. Yeah? And they couldn't prove it, so it didn't stick. So it's not what you know, is what you prove, you know? And what you don't prove will not stand against you.
Yeah.
So you could lock me up on a suspicion of something, and when you let me go, all my records are gone with me too, right? So it was like a mistake. Yeah? But like I said, I see in the comments people talking, say, about his other brother, about how he was out there with the kids and they died and he should have been on a boat. They are so wrong for saying that. I never know my island was so evil. People shouldn't be thinking in that kind of form against anybody, not even your enemy. Because what happened to Gary and his two nephews and Edsel Haylock was, boy, although we don't know what happened, but they haven't been found since. The boat was found riddled, upside down and everything. Yeah, but it is so wrong to wish a demise on anybody.
Definitely.
So if that's how far they're going with it, they're wrong. But like I say, I have known Mr. Ron for all my life, basically. And I have never seen him act out of character with me. I don't know if he act around the corner, on top of the block or under the block, but he's a good, outstanding guy. A lot of people can attest to that. But not everybody, again, like everybody. Not even me. Some people I didn't like in my own family. So you can't like everybody. So the ones who putting these hate stuff up there, they need to figure out why he was granted this status under this under the government or on the cabinet, and they need to find out what happened, why he was here for 50 odd years without them granting him status, and find out why his mom had the voter's card and she was a legal resident in Cayman, and why they told her she had to do it back over. Yeah? He has other brothers and sisters here also. He has the right to family life in Cayman from a long time ago, but they wouldn't give him the status.
But why?
So
Why?
Well,
we need to ask the question
he
why.
Has a daughter. He has a daughter here. His daughter is over 20 odd years old, almost 30.
Yes.
Yeah? So he has the right to family life here. So why it took so long for him to get his status?
Well, that's the question. That's the question I'd like to know.
Wrong.
I would like to know that as well.
It is something wrong with the system, not wrong with him. So don't blast him too much, please, because he did not want his picture up there. You know what I mean? Not everybody wants to be in the limelight.
Listen, you can't be disrespectful. Whether he wanted to be in the limelight or not.
I understand that. But you can't make the one fall.
You know how many people we've reported on? Pretty much every single time cabinet uses this the special dispensation that they have, it gets reported on. Did nobody not tell him that?
No, 100%. But maybe he didn't want it out there like that. You know, CMR is one of the biggest media houses for viewing, because everybody is keen to see what chaos is going on today, because you bring all that to the forefront. So maybe he didn't want to be highlighted in that sense to say, well, everybody gonna see me, you know. Okay, all my life I thought Ron was Caymanian. I know his family from Jamaica. I know that he came when he was younger, but growing up with him, going to school and the clubbings and all the other stuff, I swear this guy was one of us. He is one of us, sorry, not was. He is. He has always been. He just wasn't recognized yet.
Okay.
Yeah. But
thank you for your somebody said we must thank you for your endorsement this morning.
It's not an endorsement, it's just a fact. It's just a fact. But I know that you want to ridicule him some more, so you don't want to hear the fact.
No. You've had, listen, Bobo.
But it's your show.
Come on now. I've given you 8 minutes, and I think you've said what you needed to say in 8 minutes. Right?
Yeah, man, it's your show, man. You have a good day.
Man, you've made your point. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's not about ridiculing anyone. It's about me going here, scratching the little bit of hair I have left on my head, going, what the what? Miss Sanya says it's all over the other news. So CMR is a news media. What's the big issue? Okay. Barbara says the more you dig, the stinker it gets. Orville says maybe it needed washing. What needed washing? I'm not sure. Buenos dias, Ken. Barry Lee says Cayman Islands is in a mess. You better believe it. Miss Lucille says a very good morning, Sandy. She's on a different topic. Okay, we'll get to that topic another moment. Jean-Eric says, why is this being done in Parliament? Why does immigration not handle this internally? Surely we have many other national issues to attend to in Parliament. So from what we can ascertain, Jean-Eric Notch, aka Notch, is he must have applied previously and didn't get it because he sued the chief immigration officer back in 2017. Rowan Anthony Mullings, Grand Court cause number 86 of 2017. And so it says here, judgment, order, decision, or other proceedings, apparently decision of the chief immigration officer conveyed to the applicant on the 17th of March, 2017 orally. Now, it talks about the relief sought. Let me, grounds in which relief is sought, the facts. Here's what it says. I have it up on the screen. The factual background is that this application for leave for judicial review is contained in the affidavit of Rowan, what his name is, Ronan Anthony Mullings, that has been filed with this application, and this affidavit will be relied on in support of the application on the following grounds. The applicant was granted Cayman status in September 1991. Here we go. Here we go. The applicant letter in the Cayman Islands. The applicant remained in the Cayman Islands and traveled on his Cayman status letter. His status was not endorsed on his passport. After his passport expired, the applicant applied to renew it. He was told that he had no Caymanian status, and he was forced by the immigration department to apply for permanent residency with a right to work. The applicant could not find his Caymanian status letter. Sometime later, the applicant's mother discovered a copy of the applicant's Caymanian status letter among her papers. The applicant presented this copy of his status letter to the chief immigration officer, and the chief immigration officer refuted the legality of the applicant's status letter, accusing the applicant of uttering a forged document. What? The what? The chief immigration officer contended that where no copy of the applicant's status letter, of the applicant's status letter on the immigration, what kind of typo this is? Say what? This is a court document. Let me try and read this again, because this has some kind of typo that's confusing the sentence. All right, accusing the applicant of uttering a forged document, comma. The chief immigration officer contended that where no copy of the applicant's status letter on the immigration was files. That's what it reads. Obviously, that sentence kind of mixed up there. The applicant is now relegated by the immigration to the status of that of a visitor with a visitor stamp in his current passport, and the applicant has lived, worked, and resided in the Cayman Islands for many years. Okay. The applicant came to the Cayman Islands from Jamaica at the age of 3 months old, and the applicant is now 45 years of age. The applicant prays for an oral hearing. So this was a judicial review application. I'm assuming that this never went anywhere. He obviously didn't win this application. So what did his status remain all of this time? Only God knows. So they were seeking an order of certiorari, Latin terms, to remove into this honorable court and to squash the decision of the chief immigration officer and or the deputy chief immigration officer and the immigration department to revoke the plaintiff's grant of Caymanian status conferred on him on the 11th of September 1991. But he claimed, well, I mean, obviously immigration claimed that they didn't confer it, which is really, really weird. What the heck? This is so crazy. Interim relief in the form of an injunction pending the determination of his application and any further formal application restraining the chief immigration officer and or deputy chief immigration officer. So there you have it. There was some kind of confusion Notch and others, with him claiming that he had status, and his mom found a piece of paper in immigration saying that was a forged document. Wow. I mean, something not right. Evelyn says, I know he's a very nice. I know him. He's a very nice person. Didn't know he cursed. Listen, nice people curse. I'm a nice person too, and I curse like a sailor at times. That's not the point. That wasn't even the point of this morning. The pint, what a pint, what a pint. The pint of this morning is that it wasn't even the cursing, although you can't do that before. Hold on one second. You certainly can't do that before 9:30. It was how he called and the demands and the way that he's seemingly trying to threaten people about, oh, I'm being nice now, but but what? That really sounding too good. Come on now. Y'all don't need to be flexing on me. I mean, I'm the last person. Don't flex on me. I ain't got no beef with you. I don't know you, dude. Just chillax and relax yourself. Everybody claim you're a cool cat, then you better remain a cool cat. Oh my God. No, sir. No, sir. I'm just in shock this morning. El Rey says he didn't even know that he was Jamaican. I mean, oh my God. Good morning, Miss Dorothy. Sandra Coe says John Eric Smith, thank you. Exactly. Scott EB says John is a walking case study entitled How. You see, the things that our MPs say, right, really gives you some insight into who they are and the way that they think. Then when it comes campaign time, they turn up and say all sorts of foolishness that make y'all go back out there and vote for them. Stop voting for donkeys in public office. That needs to be a PSA. No more donkeys allowed. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Perla, good morning. Says, good morning, my beloved Cayman Islands. Why was this done in this room? And why is he any special? Get more focus on those who just graduated to get them jobs and a better life ahead. Shaking my head and kissing my teeth. Sandra Coe says, El Rey, I agree. If only immigration past and present had done their job, what a mess we've got ourselves in. This is where it's at, says KK. What a mess. Raymond says, friend. Marshall says, Joey said he support his colleague from Bodden Town, but didn't his colleague left the PPM party? Shaking my head. Oh, Lord, you can't trust these politicians, not a single one of them. Ethel, good morning. KK says, laughing out loud, exactly, crazy. Morning, Miss Sue. Tartarian says, going to nightclubs with him and playing football is foolishness. I mean, not for nothing, but I would have not mentioned that in Parliament. Y'all need some help writing your parliamentary speeches? Hit me up, because that wasn't it. Not a single one of them hit the mark about why this application was being supported by them. Nightclubbing and the fact that you didn't know he was a Caymanian speaks to, when the application was brought to you, did you not look at the law and said, oh, the law requires this, this, and this, and this. PAs, you got 2.5 of them. Somebody go and get me all this information on how this man has contributed in all of these meaningful ways. Y'all didn't even do that. Come now. Aliano says, kiss my teeth. There's so many loopholes to be a Caymanian, that being born from blood, than being born from blood and soil. Island Pearl says those MPs should feel a great deal of shame this morning, and cabinet should not have gotten involved in status grants. Let WRC deal with it. And then, hey, I think is what he meant. He can take it to the court if they're not satisfied. Well, that was done already, and clearly still didn't get the result. Morning, Tartarian. Aliana says they're passing out like candy. Well, cabinet can no longer do that. It's for a year. So we need to know, when those 4 people are granted it, please come to Parliament with good, coherent reasons why they received it. talk about their contributions. Okay. Let me see here. Maristar says, Caymanian friend, don't forget to respect our country and citizenship. Al 2025 says, just joining, who got cabinet status? And what did the Ron guy say? You're going to have to hit the rewind button. But basically, he's saying, Al 2025, that he's asking us nicely at first to please remove the story which we covered of what happened in Parliament yesterday. It's in the Hansards, in the history books of the Cayman Islands. It's on YouTube. It's on the video. He admitted, yes, it was on the TV screen, all this kind of stuff. We simply reported on it, and he's not happy that we reported on it. And apparently we needed to get his permission to report on something that happened in Parliament because it involved him. And I guess he's special. I mean, I don't know how that works. No, sir. El Rey says, Ron ain't no worse than a lot of people who have gotten status. And from what I know of him, he has been a good citizen of this country. Sandra Coe says, we deserve better. Raymond says, maybe they were threatened. Maybe they got a phone call too. Melita says, people need to stop thinking that they can dictate how you run your platform. It is utterly, Melita, ridiculous sometimes the requests that we get. And the other administrators see stuff and they're like, Sandy, we had no idea what a hard job you have. Because some of y'all ain't got no sense. Even remember the other day, the guy, where was he from? Was he Filipino from Milan? I don't even know where the heck he was from. Some Asian guy, and we posted him up because police issued a statement, said the dude is missing and they're trying to locate him. We put it up. He makes contact. I don't know why he was missing and why his friends hadn't heard from him. You know, if y'all disappear and you don't answer your phone, people might go to the police and report you as missing. So now he's been found and he's messaging, oh, you need to take that down. I'm like, why? We updated it to say you're safe and you've been found, but no, we're not taking it down. It was news at the time. Please do me a favor, go to Fox News, CNN, Newsmax, any of them, BBC News, Guardian, anybody, and say, remove a story that you wrote last year about me, or that you have up a story about me now and I don't want my picture in it. Can you take it down? Hey, say what? Island Pearl says, Sandy, CMR reaches people globally and he clearly is hiding and running from something kind of shady. One should feel proud of this act and want to celebrate, but he wants to be hidden on CMR. It is very, very peculiar. Like I must tell you, I'm asking him why, and he couldn't really give me a straight answer. It's just that I didn't get his permission, but I don't need your permission. I don't need your permission to do what I do. So I'm confused. Like, what? That don't make no sense. That's not how it works. And did people not tell you when your BFF John, did he not say, listen, Bobo, you know, PPM is supporting it. We didn't get back in. Well, they weren't really. Well, yeah, they were sort of in, but under a different name. You know, the new government will forward it, but you know, it goes before cabinet. It becomes a matter of public information. Wendy Ledger, I bet by this afternoon, we'll have it up on her platform. Compass, y'all have it up yet? Somebody check Compass and tell me. It was a 2-hour segment yesterday, and it was one of the things that came out of the 2-hour segment. You were the only one out of 4 people this year that could possibly get it. That is an amazing accolade. You should wear that with pride. Why are you upset this morning? I do not understand. Something not adding up. Island Pearl said Mr. Miles and the like should be ashamed to state in Parliament that they support status because they went clubbing with him. We fought so hard for change, and for them to do this is just jaw-dropping. Well, for me, what is jaw-dropping is the fact that, and you see, This is where we need a greater degree of maturity in our parliament. Okay? I don't want to hear nothing about no clubbing. I don't care what y'all did back in the day. But you saw the peer pressure was on because once Gary, with all due respect, once Gary said that, I guess Michael felt the peer pressure to then be included in the Good Old Boys network. Listen, y'all need to grow a little bit of backbone, right? Because you didn't go clubbing with somebody or you went clubbing with them, whatever. That's not here or nor there. That does not matter when it comes to Cayman status. State the real grounds why the person is getting it. And put aside all of these foolish reasons. You think if I was sitting there in the House of Parliament, heaven forbid, that I would have jumped up to and be like, oh yeah, well, I want to state too. I went clubbing for him. Do you guys realize that this stuff goes on record for future generations? Like everything you say in that house goes on record, and future generations can go back and watch these things. Somebody said you're giving John a lot of credit. He probably don't know and understand it's public knowledge and information. Lord have mercy. Like to me, this is just, y'all need to do better. Please, I beg you. Because one of the things that we will do on a regular basis here is dissect what is happening in Parliament. Oh my God. Good morning, caller.
Morning. Good morning from the Bluff.
How you doing, honey?
I'm good. I said I wasn't going to call you much anymore because somebody sent me a message and told me you don't want me calling your show. So I like, okay, no problem. I'll stay away. But anyhow,
Carrie,
Carrie,
Horick.
Whatever.
What your middle name is?
Rosita.
Carrie Rosita Horick. Stop talking foolishness. If I don't want you calling my show, I will tell you myself. Nobody have to give you no Carrie. Come message. You know Sandra, I will tell you myself.
Are you still here?
Lord have mercy. Some people are so idle.
Sandra, you cut me off?
No. I can hear. Where's she gone? Try and get your phone fixed because I could hear you. Nobody not cut you off but Flo or whoever this is.
Flo gives us the worst service up here. We like down in the fucking boondocks. Oh shit. Boondocks. Sorry, I didn't look at the clock. Sorry.
Hello.
Anna can send me the freaking charge.
Please go on record. Let's make it very, very clear. If I don't want you calling, I will tell you myself. Don't I have your number? I am more than capable of informing you of that. We don't need no Carrie. Come business round. Yeah. Go on.
Listen, let me say what I got to say. W-O-R-C Fuller. S-H-I poop. Poop. They're full of poop. My cousin Monica Walton is a Caymanian. Okay, Caymanian.
Oh, this is Monica that used to be on the TV?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Where
is she anyway?
I think she comes back and forth from the UK now.
Okay.
Anyway, Monica was made to put in a work permit when she worked at Cayman 27. They had to take a permit out for her. And when they went to renew it, they told her at WRC after a year, you don't need no permit. You're a Caymanian. Why were you paying for a work permit? Why did they pay a permit for you? Did they refund Cayman 27 the money? No, they didn't. This is the foolishness that go on up in the WRC, and it's usually a lot of personal people up in there taking their job personally.
She applied and got it after that?
She didn't have to apply to get status. She automatically got status.
No, but because of her age, I would assume she would have needed an acknowledgement letter. I bet you that's why they were confused.
The girl was born here.
That don't matter.
That's all like I say.
Because if you're born after 73. No, I understand that.
Joel Walton, all of them are cousins.
But you still
They're
have
all
to get
family.
the acknowledgement. I know, Carrie, but because our laws have changed so much over the years, you have to get that acknowledgement.
But the thing about it is, they made her take a permit out. and then tell her after she go to renew the permit. Now, you don't need no permit. Well, you had a permit, all kind of foolishness. This is the situation with the WR. Look at how many times I submitted the status papers for one family member of mine that were married to a member of my family. 5 times they lost it, Sandra. 5 times. And you had to go renew all the paperwork again over and over and over and pay them the fee over and over and over. Finally, they granted it. This is the rubbish that goes on up in that department of the government, where people take their jobs very personally when they see your application come on in front of them. And if we do not clean up the WORC, and now, not next year, right now, start going through, digging them up, they need a forensic audit of the entire accounting system to find all the missing receipts that they can't find to refund me. Because in some of the applications, they got to refund me that $14,000 change. There were 3 issued, Sandra. 3 of them was issued. So you tell me, how come you issue me 3 receipts for some of the applications I submitted, and all now you can't find one of them? What about all my receipts for all my trade and business license renewal, Sandra? I have paid on the DCI system in 2024 and got no renewals. I can't go renew them in 2025 because they expired again, because you need the numbers from the previous ones that was approved. It is a mega of messes going on in our government department. And as somebody told me, it was the deputy governor who told them no longer to issue licenses to me. So there you go. Have a good day. I gone.
What a hot mess. All right. And to be very clear, nobody don't need to take no message on my behalf. I got mouth and a platform. I can say what I need to say. So I don't know who lying to you, Carrie. Some people just love to stir up trouble. Island Pearl says, well, caller, I don't know him and was happy for him and welcomed him with open arms until I heard the way he addressed Auntie in the wider public, knowing he live. I mean, whew, it says a lot, Island Pearl. I was likewise taken aback. Island Pearl also asked, why doesn't immigration have a copy of the so-called letter? Who signed it? Maybe it was an inside job and that person was smart enough not to leave a copy behind to implicate themselves. I mean, these things, you know, we've had computers for a hot minute. Lavana says, I'm confused. How is it that Mauro getting called out when it was publicly announced on the floor of Parliament? Make it make sense. It don't make one bit of sense. That's why when he was asking me, I'm like, sir, what are you talking about? And I do see apparently that he had called earlier. You know, I don't tend to answer the phone in the mornings before the show because I'm getting ready. So I'm afraid that I can't grant your request because your request is illogical. It don't make no sense. Good morning, Wee Wee. KK says still not adding up. I mean, it's illogical. I don't know what's going on here. But nobody appreciated, you know, the attitude. Mellow D says even cool cats per. Apparently, even cool cats have a moment where they're losing it. What a hot come. Amen, Sandy, says Miss Barely. Thank you, ma'am. Julius did a slapping face emoji. Al 2025 says if Carrie had a legit case against the government, she'd hire a lawyer. Anyone with a slam dunk case would do that. Island Pro says, frankly, I heard nothing of what this man has done to contribute to our community to deserve this other than he grew up here and he have a child here. Seems as if he was demanding it like he's entitled. Well, listen, like I said, let's give Ron the benefit of the doubt because I don't know Ron. That is what cabinet should have done, the cabinet members, the government ministers yesterday when they submitted their application. More than just saying that the man has been here for 50 years. Talk about all the positive contributions that he's made to the community. El Rey says, ease up on Ron Naman. He's a good guy and 10 times better. Tell us about the 10 times better. Right? What makes him 10 times better than all these other people over the years who've gotten status? That is where the focus should have been. Talk about the good things that he's done in the community. El Rey, Clearly, he's your friend. You say he's your friend. He's cool, whatever. Give me 5 examples. That's your class assignment today that Parliament could have used to support this application and to come to Parliament with it instead of talking about clubbing and getting a plate of food from his mama. Good morning, caller. Hello.
Good morning, my darling. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing?
Oh, I'm blessed and highly favored beyond all measures. Honey
Good.
child, I agree with you 100%. I'm a good old friend, Karen Kim Bra. If you don't know my road by now, you're supposed to know her because if she had to do all your calling, she would have blocked you.
Oh my God.
Yes, my darling.
Seriously.
So a lot of people chatting and just for chat's sake, when you know that she would give it to you loud and clean and clear. My darling, I sent you a letter, I think it was from 2015, where I had reported to immigration about James O'Brien. We were working as director of residence of the Ritz-Carlton, and without a work permit, immigration came in. I called in immigration. They arrested him. 2 weeks later, he had the permit for the same position that he was arrested in. There's serious faults in our immigration, which needs to be ironed out, sorted out, fixed, or whatever needs to be done. Then you, child, look at all of the managers that went through the Ritz-Carlton. Nearly every last one of them have status. It's something wrong, something is happening. It needs to be investigated because then even after all of this dilemma with James O'Brien, he has status. I'm shocked when I see him on Georgetown North voters list. Immigration, it come in like the corruption is never done it. It come into the corruption never done. And look at the letter.
Let me ask you a question, right? What are your thoughts on this idea that we should start republishing everybody who's getting status before they get status, republish the fact that they're applying for it?
They should be republished. And I agree with you 100% now because I know you for donkey years and clubbing with you and partying with you and thinking that all this time that you are Caymanian and you're not. What have you contributed? I totally agree. What have you, there is so, oh my God, this goes so way back to when McKeever gave with all of those status and people that wasn't even on island got status. No, it should have been published and what is part of the requirement is what have you contributed to the Cayman Islands to become a Caymanian? I mean, I don't know who the guy is. I probably know him by face, but it doesn't matter whether you know who or you don't know who, because then, I mean, action speaks louder than words, and I really strongly believe that there should be some requirement to become a Caymanian. What have you contributed to the Cayman Islands to want to become, not because you came here, school here, and what have you? What have you done? Why you think you deserve a status of the Cayman Islands? I mean, all of those questions should be raised and put forth before they even consider about giving these people a status. Look at all the druggies. Look at all the druggies they have all over here by Markfield Lane, you child, that have status or here because of marriage and what have you. And 24/7, they're on our street selling drugs. They're creating chaos. They're robbing and doing all kinds of things against our laws. Yet they're still able to hold on to our Caymanian status. No, all of that is breach. All of that is breach. It just needs a rehaul. It needs a rehaul. It needs to be looked into.
Thank you, Honey Chow. Someone has requested a poll question this morning on whether or not we should start publishing again the applications. So let me get this up. By the way, don't forget we had a poll question yesterday. And the resounding amount of people, I'll check the results here in a second. The resounding amount of people. So let me see if this is worded correctly. Should Cayman go back to naming and showing photos of people who want to become part of our community? Should we do it for permanent residency as well, or just PR? Because listen, once they put in for PR, they're on their way to getting status. So maybe we need to find out from the PR stage when they're coming up. So let me put this in my little straw poll question here this morning. So for the results from yesterday, so far, 81.25% of you says the question was, should spouses who marry a seaman after he is retired or stop working at sea be entitled to seaman's benefit? 81.25% of you said no. If you've not yet voted in that one, please go and vote. But a resounding number of you have said no. So let me do another poll question here. And yes, have them posted publicly somewhere, or no need to publicize. All right, so that's going to be the poll question for today. And let me just, I'm going to get this up here, and then I'll show you guys the QR code and the link here in just a second. We normally will open polls for like a week just to kind of give you an opportunity to vote in case you have not been allowed to do so. All right. And then I'm going to, let me just customize the, give me 1 second. Let me grab the QR code, and then I'm going to customize the URL as well for you guys. 1 second. So just doing it on the fly here. Okay. Very good. And then I'm going to send this to my guy here, my graphics guy, so that he can get this ready. This person says, I certainly support the posting of persons applying for RERC and Cayman status. However, my question is it a breach of the data protection law now in effect? It's a good question. Someone said even for both, even married to Caymanian. Oh, should I include RERC in the question? Because enough of them scammers and marriages of convenience, y'all would know when you see them up there what is going on. But RERC is a form of residency, so hopefully that would be included. Do you think I should be specific? Should I specifically say RERC, PR, and Cayman status? The lawyer in me says be specific. Yes, Ms. Brenda says PR and status, not community. PR and RERC, says Carrie. Ms. Barry Lee says that, but that's what they come here for. Put their photos back in the newspapers for 2 weeks. Well, let me put it this way. We don't need a newspaper because, you know, there's only the Compass on Fridays, and then Caymanian Times. I think they only publish once a week as well, right? I don't even know what time their publication is, but nobody really picks up a physical newspaper. So what we need is a website where, you know, it's done through a website and everybody can see it. Everybody can go online. Here's the QR code to vote. Ms. Barbara says 110%. Anyone being considered for status should be made public. Here's the link. I'm going to put it in the comment section. Please go ahead and scan the QR code or click on the link to vote. Island Pearl says the people make the system, so it's the people that need to be investigated for corruption and then implement a said system that ultimately can't be altered. This is government, shouldn't be hard to do. All right. This person made this comment. Sandy, this person is an idiot. Ron came at you on a personal level. Who behaves this way just because they're being granted the right of being any nationality? I bet you he's not going to go after the other media houses like that. It seems like El Rey needs to start vetting his associates also, because all these years he had no idea that the person he's vouching for was not one of us. I'm just saying. But hey, he vouches for Trump too, so ... Oh my God. What a hot mess. Allard says, who's lying on his status application? Ron or both the two honorable ministers, Michael and John John? If Ron didn't disclose the material fact that he was domiciled in the States for years, doesn't that omission, which caused both members of parliament to say into the record, can't that revoke his status grant by law? Under his own admission, when he called into the radio show, Ron admitted that he was domiciled in the States for years. But then both Michael and John John testified in Parliament. Unfortunately, the rest of that got cut off. Let me see if I can grab it. But I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how long he lived in the States and how long he was domiciled here and what the susan, whatever is. But something, all right. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. How are you?
Hello, honey child. How you doing?
I'm good. I am. I was a little perturbed at what took place here this morning, but another day, another time.
Well, tell us why were you perturbed?
His behavior just, I mean, it was in Parliament.
Exactly.
It was in Parliament. I don't understand, and I do think that the public at large, people who don't understand how these statuses granted by cabinet work, I believe they get now. I believe it's about 4 per year.
Yes, we said 4. That's right.
Yeah, I think it used to be significantly more, and it was reduced. Thank God, because everybody's mother and their cat was getting it for being exemplary citizens. Some did no more than bake parties, but lest I digress. My concern is, and I let me overtly state, I don't know, gentlemen. I don't know anything about the situation, and this is neither here nor there, but this is just food for thought that comes to my mind. And I think that we need to consider it. We have people, I think we heard, I think Minister Anglin addressed yesterday what we expect the population growth to look like based on the ESO report. And I think by the end of 2028, I think we're projected to grow by at least another, I think 7 to 10%, somewhere thereabouts, right? And what I'm saying is, in the case of Mr. Rowan Mullings, he came here before he was legally able to fix or even have knowledge of his own immigration status. And I acknowledge that. But at some point in his adulthood, he became aware of it. And for me, at what point is an individual legally responsible to either correct, make right, or amend their immigration status? That's my first question, because I believe that is at the age of 18. Now, I will give way to the fact that we had a very convoluted, very confusing immigration law, 1973, 1984, 1992. It was all over the place. However, if we go on the premise and take the principle that we believe, and I'll put believe in air quotes, in birthright citizenship, we know that is not a thing in Cayman. That doesn't exist. But even if we take that premise and go on that basis, he would have no claim because he wasn't born here. He migrated here. My question is, I watched a Filipino blogger, content creator, whatever they want to call themselves, saying that she had a child. She's now left Cayman, but however, she had a child, was earning $1,500 per month, but her child resided with her in Cayman for over a year. I believe the immigration law does give, does give a bit of a grace period for people who have children here to either be able to amend their work permit to add their children if they qualify, or the child has to leave the island. In her case, none of that occurred. How do we know that in Mr. Mullins' case that these things don't happen regularly? On the Sabrina Speaks show, her and I were discussing where I think it's the court, the hospital, or the Department of births and registries, whatever it's called, has an obligation to, or the hospital, somebody has an obligation to produce a list to WORC of criminal convictions, birth, and something else. And what I'm saying is, if this gentleman has resided here for all of over 50 years, we know based on what is clearly in public record, where he sued the Department of Work, I believe at that time, Department of Immigration, and was not successful in his application. What grounds was he remaining in Cayman? And under what grounds was his status granted? And again, I don't have a dog in this fight, and I'm not here to suggest whether or not he should or shouldn't have gotten status. That's not my argument. My concern is, and forever will be, is what type of precedent are we setting with the granting of Caymanian status? Because, forgive me, but playing football with him when we were kids, going to school with him when we were kids, going clubbing when we were teenagers, I didn't know he wasn't Caymanian, are not qualifying criteria. And if we continue to just don out status, again, I don't know this man from Adam. And I am not suggesting that whether or not he is or isn't a good fit for the community. I don't know him. Let me be clear. I am speaking on a general basis. And I'm just saying that we have to be more mindful. I think the Honorable Mia Motley said that citizenship in Barbados is a prize. It's not for sale. It's not something that you can buy. And and you must have it and wear it with pride. And I don't want, I mean, we are a country who does sell citizenship, whether we like it or not. The reality is you don out a whole lot of money before you get it. But it should be something that you have so much pride in attaining, and that you work for it and are truly deserving of it. Truly deserving of it. And I just don't want your citizenship to be attached to persons like myself who are generational Caymanians, who take it so seriously and who have so much pride in it that it is watered down and likened to things like walking dogs, my friend from clubbing.
Went to church with them. I mean, we come up with some of the most ridiculous stuff.
Well, this is it. And I'm just so concerned that we are continuing to diminish the value of what it is to actually be Caymanian, because let's face it, nobody says, oh, Sandra not Caymanian, she's a status holder. Nobody says that anymore. Sandra's a Caymanian, she acquires status, she is a Caymanian. And you are like, she is nothing like us. You know, we don't even have the same ideals. This is no more. They've watered it down quite a bit, and are continuing to water it down to truly a paper ceremony, and it is so offensive. It is so offensive, and absolutely, I absolutely 100% believe that persons obtaining Caymanian status, it should be posted for the public to know, because if it's done behind closed doors, and no, I do not believe it violates any privacy laws, and in my opinion, the law in terms of being granted PR, which is the first step before you move on to Caymanian status, says that the granting of that permanent residency must be in the best interest of the community. I am the community. You are the community. Every person living in this country is the community. And if it is done behind closed doors, suppose, and forgive me, this is a hypothetical, but suppose Sandra is a peeping Tom. Suppose Sandra is the neighborhood car burglar. Suppose Sandra is a thief. Suppose she's a pedophile that's never been reported. We've had that. We've had that. Let's not pretend like we haven't.
Yeah.
We've had that. And I mean, but these persons, if it's not in the public domain, how do persons get to comment? How do they get to say, no, I want to write in against Sandra because here is my experience with Sandra, and I do not believe that the granting of that status would be in the best interest of the Caymanian community in which she wants to be a part of. Here are my reasons why. If that is never put into the public domain, how then do we get to challenge it? And then before you know it, the Larrys of the world are Caymanian and are branded as one of us with their disgusting behavior. I don't know where we're going. My only concern is that the precedent that we are setting in the granting of these statuses, that we are going to be legally bound to do future statuses in the same manner. And I want to remind the whole public today that there is no revocation language within legislation for Caymanian status. At one point, people thought that it was revocable. There was a theory that people did think that. I dare tell you, I've heard a person or two. You effing wait till I finish with you. I'm gonna get your status taken away. Oh yes,
that fool Caymanians talking because they don't even take the time to learn
the law.
What the law says.
Precisely, but there is no status granted under this Caymanian legislation that is revocable. It is not. And it must be granted.
There's one small window about having committed a crime, but it is so narrow that it's ridiculous.
Well, I didn't bring that up because it is so narrow that a person who has moved on to Caymanian status, even under the current legislation, it would be so difficult to argue for a revocation that it would more than likely be very unsuccessful. That person would probably have so many other claims under the Human Rights Act that it would hold no water.
Someone is asking the question. I'll let you address it before you go, Siobhan. Someone says, I'm listening to this caller, but on the other hand, what happened when someone out there doesn't like the person?
Yeah, but we would have gone through this we would have gone through this problem before. And I'll give you an example. Back in the day when, and I'm going to use you again, Sandra, back in the day when Sandra was sleeping with Mary's husband, and Sandra was from Santo Domingo, Mary could write in and say, Sandra's sleeping with my husband. She's here on a work permit, and I want her deported.
And to be clear, I'm not sleeping with nobody's Mary's husband.
Sandra was not sleeping with nobody. I'm just using you as an example because I don't want to call some random person. But anyway.
But
right?
Mary's my friend, and she not got no husband, and I'm not sleeping with him if she had one.
I did not do that on purpose. But what I'm saying is, and the person, the wife could write in whether it was right or wrong. Immigration has now stopped that. You could write in until the cows come home. You are getting nowhere, right? But if and I hear that person, and if you don't like the person, and there has to be a way for you to dispute it. There has to be an avenue for you to voice your concerns, because as we can see, all sorts of unscrupulous things, work permit holders are getting through here, and we have little to no recourse. Let me start. Remember I believe, forgive me if I get it wrong, I believe he was Somali. There was a man who was knocked off of his bike and killed at the Ritz-Carlton by a Canadian national, no less, who was here on a work permit. He got 14 months in prison. I didn't see a deportation order at the end of his sentence. And guess what? Those individuals get to move on to PR. They do. And so I absolutely believe it is imperative that the country, the community, and guess what? That is not limited to Caymanians. It's not limited to Caymanians. You get to say, well, if you have no objections, then you say nothing, but there has to be a way to validate, Sandra's status.
Yeah. And I mean, this whole concept of people writing in on you, there's a way to have
substantiated
it
as well. to substantiate it as
yeah,
well.
exactly. I mean, you can't just write in on someone and say, oh, because you don't like them or whatever.
Absolutely.
You know, if you make a claim, you got to be able to back that claim up with some degree of evidence. So,
100%.
you know, I think that long gone are the days where you could just be like, well, you know, I think they sleep in with my husband or whatever. You better come with some text messages and so forth. However, if they are sleeping with your husband, let's be clear, there is a morality criteria in terms of getting status. So that would be a relevant fact.
It may or may not be, because I'm going to tell you that morality clause has been used and challenged before. It has been used and challenged before. And I think that we are going to be well out of our, I don't even know what the right word is, but we're going to find ourselves a little bit out of gas on that, because we've opened the floodgates to so many different countries. What may be immoral to you is not immoral to someone else. What is normal and within the ordinary course of your life and for you, and I'm not trying to be negative or nasty to anybody, you know, coming from here, but I mean, we know in some cultures what is culturally normal.
Somebody just remind me, this person says, Auntie, it's 9:29. Blow that shit up. We're officially off radio, honey child.
Well, I'm not going to curse, but
what a hot mess.
My thing is, we have what is culturally normal in some communities and societies are.
I didn't even realize
that very young girls, I'm talking as young as 10, some as young as 8, some 14, are being married to older men. That is culturally normal in some societies, and we would consider it, and I think criminalize it, but in the least consider it immoral. We have a statutory rape law that doesn't exist in some societies, and those people are moving here. And this morality clause may hold no water, because it is not immoral where they are coming from. And you have to consider all spheres, all aspects of the more than one side. The coin will actually now have more than one side.
Well, the morality clause is what's for this country, not what in their country, because some of them not moral. But anyway, thank you for your contributions. Quite a few people asked for you to get a kaboom this morning. So there you go. Appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. The phone line sounds a little bit weird this morning. Y'all hear that like crackling sound in the end? I don't know what's going on there. But yes, it's a little bit weird. So, Johan finally woke up this morning. Hey, Johan, I've been trying to test out some recipes. I'm going to link you with some brownies soon, but I'm trying to find a healthier brownie recipe for you. So, you know, the ones made with like avocado and different stuff. So if someone come with a new batch, I want you to be my taste tester. So this one says, where is this same energy for everything in Cayman that don't work? Folks, they really don't like or respect anything Caymanian and would prefer a Cayman where they do not know or interact with any Caymanian by choice. And Caymanians are openly treated like second-class citizens in their own country. Hashtag consistency is key. Well, I mean, we have the same energy for lots of topics. So I don't know how much you've been paying attention. Good morning, Miss Carol. RR says persons immigrating to our islands must educate themselves on our laws and culture. Exactly. I mean, that's certainly no excuse. Tartarian says it must be revocable protest to change the law. Well, this government already well knows it, because some of them were out at the protests when we were like, y'all need to make this a priority if you get in. So they got in. Now make it a priority. I'm just saying. All right. Miss Brenda says, Sandra, could you please introduce the elephant in the room? Which elephant? I mean, might be more than one in this room. Let me see here. Denny says PR is the scenic route to Cayman status. Amen and hallelujah. Paul the man says y'all need to look at the person selected on them boards. I'm not surprised at all. Sips my coffee. We've talked about some of those before. Some of them breaking immigration laws themselves. Tartarian says working in Cayman should not be given rights to status. People can work anywhere in the world. Working is nothing special, especially when they're getting paid to do a job, not forced. True. Aisle 2025 says Michael Miles supported this grant. His cabinet supported this grant, but he, the immigration minister that claimed he's going to get these grants under control, just working around the work he claims to be doing. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Good morning, dear.
I don't know in what order you're reading your comment, but my elephant comment is much earlier on. However, the elephant that I'm referring to, if you go back and where you were playing the clip from Parliament yesterday, the elephant was mentioned in there, but I think everybody missed that. They're debating other things, but they missed the elephant. So that's why I say introduce the elephant in the room. Anyway, these things will happen by accident, okay? That's all I'm going to say. However, my call wasn't really about the elephant, but just to mention that the status grant, there's a law on it, and unless this law was changed, and I'm not aware of the change, first of all, when this first came in, because this was back in the days of Mr. Bostock, they were all irrevocable. And then they started to realize, no, we have to put, I'm speaking about those who went through immigration, not through cabinet. Because back then it wasn't such a thing as going through cabinet. Anyway, so they started to realize, no, we can't leave this like this. We have to put some conditions on it. And those that go through immigration, they do have conditions on them, unless, like I said, they have been lifted, and it's just, the same as the first ones that were issued back in the 70s. Then I'm trying to remember this man. It escapes me now, but there was a time where he was actually, publishing. This is when things were put in the newspaper, not necessarily by a journalist, but someone putting it there about someone else or even the government. And I remember that the government then had issued a warning to him, letting him know he was granted Cayman status, and please remember, it could be taken from him because he was right then reaching one of those conditions. And there are like 4 conditions. Of course, committing murder would be one, committing any heinous crime, going to jail would be one. Even in marriage, if you have gained it through the marriage, when that marriage is dissolved, you lose it the way you gained it. And I'm saying, again, I don't know if these laws have changed. I don't know. But it's not like it's irrevocable. So don't be discouraged. And there are people, yes, who got Cayman status that should never have stepped foot in this country, much less have an application considered. And then there are people that were refused, and there are people I would have much preferred to stay here. So I don't know what's going on. And I would even say the rest of what's coming to my mind. However, but I said all of that to say, Sandra, you need to be careful with your little AI informant, because maybe they're not giving you the right information either. But since you rely on your little AI, ask AI to please go in and pull that law and see if it still exists or if it changed. And if it did change, when did it change?
I'll tell you, in fact, we had asked this question before. I had asked this question before, directly from France Manderson. So I didn't get that one from AI. I went straight to the best source and came in because he knows a lot.
I do remember that because I posed the question, but he never answered it.
And he actually said that it is extremely limited, the circumstances under which a person could get the status revoked. I'll try to find exactly what he said per the law, because he did send me the section of the respective law as well. Because he likes to quote the law, honey child. So let me see if I can find it, and I'll make reference to it again. Because I know I did ask him and he didn't answer. And as I recall, short of having a conviction in probably for a very serious offense, that status is not going nowhere. There's no power for them to revoke it.
Let me also say, there are people who have lost Cayman status, okay? Perhaps you could also do a search for the names of the people who have lost their Cayman status. Because I know people that lost Cayman status.
Yeah, I have it here. This question was asked of him back in April. So let me put this question up. Yes.
Origin, okay?
Yes.
So I'm going to reserve the rest of my comments because I'm a little bit nauseated right now. So yeah, I'm a little bit nauseated by a lot of things that I've heard and I've witnessed and so and so. I'm not pregnant, by the way. I'm not pregnant.
I was gonna say, you've been working on my baby already, or what?
I was just going to say, Sandra, it's too late in the year to get pregnant. Your babe, I'll do that after my birthday, okay? Okay, yeah.
My goodness.
I'll do it so I can have it on my birthday. I didn't go by a
Miss Brenda is going to be expecting a push present of a Volvo. There you go.
No, you know what? I'm quite happy with my little Japanese car. I'm one of those that know how to live within my means.
Which Japanese or which one is that? The Hondas?
I have a Japanese vehicle. Okay.
Not a Honda.
Not a.
Okay.
Not a Chinese.
Hondas are. Where are Hondas made again? Aren't Hondas Japanese?
Honda's made by Japanese.
Yeah, they're some of the best cars. I can tell you that. I love me a Honda.
Well, I said I'm quite happy with my Japanese.
They're very reliable.
I have always relied on them. Okay.
Somebody says that I'm not pregnant comment was not expected. It's an ongoing joke. If you missed the show the other day.
Yeah. So and you know what? What about to know what I said about not being pregnant?
No, they said that was an unexpected comment, but they probably didn't hear when you offered the other day. She offered to have baby number 2 for me.
Clearly, that person don't know me, right?
Oh my gosh!
They don't know me.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but like I said, please go back to your original airing or posting or whatever, and listen. It in the comments, it was said. I think everyone missed it. That's the elephant, and I'm not going to say, but that's the elephant in the room. People keep wondering, how could this happen? Why did this happen? How is this deserving? Well, you know what? What is your term, Sandra? Something is always in the devil is in the details. Okay. So that's Sandra. I have an invasion of cats down here. So who should I call about this? This is serious now.
Oh,
Lord. Who do I call about this?
Well, that's got to be the Department of DOA, the Department of. Hold on now, I get some confused. Department of
But are they going to come and get these cats?
They'll set traps for them. Yeah. They should. Let me
These are not
let me find out.
Cats. These are not ordinary cats.
And you know what the problem with them, Miss Brenda, is they like to go underneath your cars and sleep, and then the dogs come trying to get them, the stray dogs, and they'll tear up your bumper and stuff.
Dogs can't come into my yard.
Oh, you have it fenced. Well, yeah, them cats then.
Dogs cannot come into my yard unless I let them in, and they have to come with an invitation. Anyway, but these cats, let me tell you something. These are not ordinary cats.
Oh.
And
super cats. They must be super cats. One of them cool cats that I was talking about earlier.
My God, I was just about to tell you some of the behaviors of the cats.
Oh.
And before you heard me pause for a minute because one of them did it. Must have thought that you could see him. Okay. But if just going under my car was all they were doing,
oh God,
it wouldn't be half a problem.
Oh.
All right.
Well, I'm going to send a few messages for you to see who can come and get them.
We have always known cats to be afraid of water. And I can tell you what, they ain't afraid of
some
water.
of them, yeah, some of them are not actually.
You have to see them run up and down in the rain, okay?
Yeah, wow.
They're not afraid of water. And they're just getting too close for comfort now.
Oh, wow.
And it's too many.
All right, let me find out. Somebody else said my yard is filled with cats, and it was advised that I have to set the traps myself. Sleep on your car, etc., and they'll just scratch up your car and all kind of stuff too. Oh my gosh!
Yes,
all right, my dear, thank you so much. We'll get some
Okay.
clarity on the revocation again. I think the clarity that we need to get is in relation to cabinet grants, which is obviously different, because what I received back in April when I asked the question of Mr. Manderson, and he did provide a copy of the relevant law, and it's the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision, and this is section 33.1, talks about revocation. So let me just pull this up here. Give me one quick second. And in the meantime, there are some people listening to the program that wanted to share some stuff. So, hold on one second. I'm going to read the rest of Mr. Allard's comment, but this person said, wipe your mouth. There's still a tiny bit of bullshit around your lips. And they said that comment was for, hold on one second now. Someone forwarded this to me and said it's for all of our leaders. Lord Jesus. And the other one they said is for Mr. Ron, says, don't make excuses for horrible people. You can't put a flower in an asshole and call it a vase. Oh my God. Miss Brenda Siobhan wants to know, when is that lunch date coming? She is ready. Yes, sir. There's some good images. Yes, cabinet, it says, he said to me that cabinet status can be revoked by cabinet. So let me see here now. Let me get to this section of the law. So cabinet would have to revoke their own status. Otherwise, if it's done by a board, that is section 33.1. Good morning, caller.
Sorry, Sandra, to call you back. I omitted to say just now that when that question, this is regarding status grant, when that question was posed at the time, I believe that the DG thought we were speaking about those that were granted through cabinet. Anyway,
and I've never heard of cabinet revoking status, by the way. I don't think it's ever been done.
Well, I haven't. But what I've heard about those that go through cabinet, they're the irrevocable ones. And that is why, depending on who the sitting government might be, they prefer to give it to the person through cabinet.
Yeah, because anyway, I'm sure it's much more difficult for cabinet to revoke it because they don't revoke any. So
anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
I called you back. No, I called you back to say that the lady that called to talk about lunch, yes, I think it was yesterday when that came up, I wrote a comment and said that must tell her we'll have lunch, but you, Sandra, have to pay for it.
Hold on. Stick a pin.
You read it as if I was saying
that she would have to pay. But listen here.
Because I can't afford lunch and I can't afford to buy her lunch. So you'll have to pay
Miss
for
Brenda, we have a solution. This is actually Restaurant Month. And in celebration of Restaurant Month, big shout out to the Cayman Islands Tourism Association, who does this every single October. And it's an amazing event for people to go out and try out new restaurants. But in honor of that, I actually have some freebies to give away. And you just reminded me.
Well, hold on. Well, I'm glad I reminded you of that. But let me just say this to you, that I am one of those Caymanian, or since I still like this, I'm going to say one of them, Caymanian. I eat Caymanian or I eat Caribbean. And that's
Lord have mercy. All right, let me see what the options are. Hold on. I don't know if we got any options, but let me see here now. Let me tell you, we have gift certificates For Anchor and Den, we have Mrs. Pippers, which I'm going there today to check them out. I've never been there, so I'm going to go check that out. And I think that's the only. I think those are the two. So
I would much rather you gave me a gift certificate to go to East End and support Jamie. That's Caymanian food. That's what I'm talking about, okay? I'm not talking about
child. I don't know.
Cayman style fish, and I don't recognize it, or this and that and that. And also for your listeners and for your person that wants to have lunch with me, I'm not an easy person to eat with. And I say that not to say that I am difficult, but I do have several allergies. That's why people don't see me dining out. And some people don't have the good common sense to understand what an allergy is. Or how serious an allergy is.
You might want to be careful. Yeah, you might definitely want to be careful.
Like I said, that's why you don't see me dining out. And if I do dine out, it has to be outdoors.
Oh, gosh. Oh, right. I got to tell Siobhan, you're going to be an expensive date then.
No, that is why I would prefer, if you want to lunch with me, that to come and either you invite me to your house, and we sit on your porch or whatever, or I invite you to mine, because I know.
I don't want you complaining about Miss Stacy cooking, child.
No. I'm not.
saying her curry chicken might not be up to your standards, you know.
I'm not saying your house as in Sandra's house. I mean, whomever.
And Siobhan can cook. She can cook. She a good little chef.
You know my Stacy Zoom. Okay?
Yeah. She's good in the kitchen.
And
all right,
I'm
my dear.
very responsible about it. That's why today, anybody makes anything happen to me, I'm saying this loud and clear. If I survive it, I will sue. And if I don't survive it, my family will sue. So they can go ahead playing with my life. All right? Don't rile me up now. Because
Lord have mercy. Yes, sir. All right, my dear.
Anyway,
thank
but
you.
I don't know Siobhan. I mean, I've heard her call your show. I've seen her comments and stuff. I don't know her personally, but I'm sure we'll meet one day, whether it's for lunch or at a rally. Okay?
All right. Thank you, my dear.
Alrighty.
Siobhan can cook, child. All kind of thing. Beef, run down. She got you covered. All right, look here now. I was talking about Restaurant Month. I forgot actually that I've got some tickets. So let's do a little trivia question to see who can win some tickets. But before we do the trivia, shall I tell you that I actually went to Anchor and Den the other day. You know, I go there for brunch because they put on an amazing brunch. It is next level delicioso. But I must say that I don't know why, but I never think about them, like, say, during the week for like a lunch meeting. And when I went there the other day, I thought, oh, this is actually a really nice place for a lunch meeting. Like, they've got tables, you know, sometimes you got to do business meetings and you do it over lunch. So after that, the restaurant manager was telling me about some of the events they have coming up. He said they have an Indian night coming up. I love me some Indian food. So I was like, oh, yes, please message me about that because I'm definitely going. But here's what I had the other day. Oh, my God, there's salad. They did the salad was so good. Had I known how good the salad was, I might have just ordered that for my whole meal. But look at some of what I had. I had salad and the lamb chops. I did a little video.
5, 6, 7, 8. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Snap it, clap it, touch your toes. Raise your hands out, body roll. Just meet me at the H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Snap it, clap it, touch your toes. Raise your hands out, body roll. Just meet me at
It was delicious. Should I play that one more time? I think y'all miss how good that salad looked. Look at it again.
5, 6,
and the
5,
drink
6,
was
7,
good.
8. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Snap it, clap it, touch your toes. Raise your hands out, body roll. Just meet me at the H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Snap it, clap it, touch your toes. Raise your hands out, body roll. Just meet me at the
Oh, delicious. Good morning, caller. Hello, honey child.
Good morning, Mama Sandy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, recovering slowly, gradually.
Yes, I know you had knee surgery.
Yes, yes.
Now, did you do the keyhole or did you do the full knee replacement?
I done a complete.
Oh, wow.
Dr. Naranjan did. I mean,
Dr. Naranjan did yours too. Wow.
Yeah, my knee was terrible, but I saw him yesterday, and I'm doing good, you know. But I'm calling to ask you a question. I'm old now. I'm forgotten about in the corner.
Aww.
But how old? How long? How much more? That's the question. How much more can Cayman Islands take? I'm talking about the indigenous Caymanian, the one that came here by plane and not by plane. How much more can Cayman take? The population is overflooded. We do not know who our neighbor is nowadays. And I am asking the people from Cayman Island, the Caymanians, the ones that made this island, don't sell what they got, because once they sell what they got, the foreigners will come and live amongst us and we don't know who we are. There's a passage in the scripture that says the strangers will come and take over your land and we will become slaves to them. That is what's happening now. I mean, Cayman is overpopulated. We do not know who's who. You're talking to people, and I know that they're not from here, but they say I'm a Caymanian. So, and they are more protected than us. So it seems like it's continuing repeating over and over and over and over the same thing all over again. But I'm asking the question out there, how much more can Cayman Islands hold? We only, last time I checked, we were 22 miles long and 8 miles wide, 100 square miles. So I don't know how much more can go inside of the pot. We are running over now, Mama, and we are running over now. So that is my question today. And again, I'm repeating that the elderly in this island are being forgotten. Only some are being remembered, especially those that have authority in high places. They're the ones that are being remembered. Others are not being remembered, and that's excluding me. I'm not involved in that one. But that's what I'm saying. How much more can we take? 100 square miles, overpopulated, and we don't know who is who. And I agree, finally, that years gone by, they would put the person's picture in the compass to see who was applying for SARA. That is very effective, and they should start that up again. That is my contribution today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schleit. I appreciate it. And continue to, get your rest and get better soon.
Thank you.
All right, my dear. Thank you so much. I mean, some good questions. I don't have all the answers, honey child. Some days, on a good day, I only have the questions because there are things that make my brain twirl around. I'm just like, what a hot mess. So let me hold on one second here. So let me just say a couple things to kind of wrap up the show here today. Parliament is starting in 2 minutes, so we'll air it live. Please tune in and watch. It's important that you know what's going on in your country. To read the rest of Mr. Allard's comment from earlier, he said, because I think part of it was cut off on our screen, but he said under his own admission, when he called into the show, Ron admitted that he was domiciled in the States for years. But then both Michael and John testified in Parliament that he's been living in Cayman for all of his life. and that he knew nowhere else. So yes, I did pick up on that, and it's a little bit confusing. So section 33(1) of the law talks about revocation of right to be Caymanian. And so under this section, it has several things. The right to be Caymanian granted by the board can be revoked, and it has one subsection A, if the person has supplied false or misleading information in a material particular to the board, where the holder has originally resided outside the island for a period of 5 years and can no longer say that he was settled in the islands. So I don't know when he was domiciled elsewhere, but where the marriage of the holder between being the spouse of a Caymanian is deemed to be by the board to have been a marriage of convenience. So there's a number of things here when it's granted by the board. And so my question is, and where I'm going to try to verify this, is if it's granted by cabinet, do these provisions hold true as well? Okay, so let me try to get the answer specifically to that, because we understand that cabinet can revoke it, but I wonder on what grounds. And someone else said Ron lived in the US for a while. Another person said Mr. George, the Cayman Islands is busting at every inch of these islands with foreigners. Now the cabinet is giving it to, Lord have mercy, under 3 Cayman Islands. So what a hot mess. All right, let me also yes, we'll do some ticket giveaways for restaurant month. A few more comments that came in. Mr. Kevin Johnson, morning, Kevin. How are you? Says, I'm at a total shock at Ron's behavior because I see you highlighting him an endorsement, and it should be taken as a compliment, but his response was embarrassing. I know him, and I'm so disappointed in the way that he was asking you to take down something that should have been celebrated. He should have used this platform to thank the people of Parliament for granting him status and sharing with their listeners that he appreciated living amongst the people of the Cayman Islands. I mean, that would have been an amazing response, Kevin. And I tell you what, never in a million years that I imagined that he would have had an issue with us, disclosing that he got status in Parliament. It's just very bizarre. Kevin goes on to say, but instead, his attitude was distasteful and disappointing. He thinks he's really a nice person, but Lord have mercy, his behavior was ridiculous. Then on top of it, he hung up on you, and that is another disrespect. We are known to be Caymankind, but that behavior is certainly not Caymankind. So let me just clarify, Kevin, on that last bit. I actually hung up on him because he started using profanity. And one of the things that we cannot allow is the use of profanity when we are on live radio, social media. Facebook don't care about that. Instagram don't care about that. But the Cayman Islands government has time to micromanage me. So if somebody calls in and uses profanity, they're going to hold me responsible for that, because obviously I control people's mouths. So the most I can do is quickly hang up and remind people, when you call on the show between 7:30 to 9:30, we're live on radio, you cannot use profanity. So unfortunately, that's why I had to disconnect the call. So he didn't actually hang up. I hung up on him. Plain and Straight has a couple comments. Says PR applications, status applications, and wedding bands should all be posted online with a dedicated government website. I agree 1,000%. And Plain and Straight goes on to say, a searchable government website should also allow the public to assist in identifying people who do not deserve PR or status and marriages of convenience. We need to use all of the tools at our disposal. Yes, I agree. Like, I wouldn't bother putting it back in no printed paper. That's ridiculous. MRC used fumigating the school. Oh, what's this that's going on? Let me reach out to MRCU. For mosquitoes? That's all they spray for, right? All right, let me see what we can find out. Someone says that Clifton Hunter right now, the kids and staff are being subjected to a fumigation exercise and they're coughing and stuff like that. Why would they do that when people are there? Why not early morning? I mean, I know if they're trying to catch the Aedes aegypti mosquito, they say he only comes out certain times of day, but still. Good morning, caller.
Sorry to call you back, Sandra, but I wanted to say something that I don't know if a lot of people remember about the advertising of applicants for status years ago. They were all out there, big old newspaper spread with everybody who was applying for status. And but their photo was there. I remember Kenneth Dart photo were right there in it too. When he was applying for his status, they had his photo there.
Oh, he didn't get it by the status grants, the mass status grants?
No, but it could have been.
No, but
he
those
didn't get
didn't.
it by
No,
that.
those didn't get advertised. But you know who got it that way was the guy from the Ritz. What's his name again?
Mark Lungaby?
No. The guy who built the Ritz.
Michael Ryan.
Yeah, I think Michael got it with the status grants actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They need to take it away from him because he was not good to us either. Anyhow, my point of all of this is when you apply for status, they need to revise that entire application. No dependents should be added to that. You, the applicant, putting in your application for Caymanian status. No dependents of yours, including a spouse or children, should even qualify to apply under your if you're granted status and then you're given, your children can then apply for status under you and your spouse. Up here right now, this man, Peter Brown, that been a torture to people up here in Home Gas. Well, they fired him. They fired him this week. He has status by his wife, Annette, and he got status because of her. That should not happen. He is so hated up here in the community, and people are so happy the fact that he's no longer working there, that they got to deal with him to bring gas. The amount of messages I got about him, I'm like, how is it that this man got status? He should not be given any status under his wife. I'm sorry. That should never happen. And especially when he's not a good, favorable person in the community, people should also be given the opportunity to write in and against your application. Everyone who's applying for status, either for themselves or they're a dependent is making an application like a spouse, we should know that. So we can say, no, I'm sorry, we don't think he's credible, she's credible, X, Y, and Z. And what I had an issue with some time back, the deputy governor got on the TV and not TV, radio, and talked about its dependence. Sarah, I'm allergic to my cats.
Lord Jesus.
What can I say?
How the hell you can be allergic to cats?
He got on the radio and he said, I'm not allergic to cats, that's just me. He got on the radio and talked about family life, that it was because of family life why the dependents is important to extend it to spouses and children. And I'm thinking to myself, really? But here we have some people who come here that disrupt an entire family. Some women have ruined families by, making themselves available to weak husbands, and they disrupt the family. And you couldn't write in again.
Yeah, but girl, y'all need to deal with some of these husbands now. You
I
can't
understand that.
You can't. No woman can't take your man from you if he's not willing to be taken.
But even if they're not taken in, even if they're just a side piece or whatever,
well, I mean,
taken away from the income of the family.
Taken, you know what I'm talking about? Like, they're having relations and he's spending money on her.
My point is that, yes, that's true, spending his earnings on her as well. And the spouses can't write in. Even if they did write in against it, it's not even accepted, addressed. This is demoralizing the fabric of our social fabric. When you do that, you're disrupting, allowing families to be disrupted because some other person come here and did it. No, you shouldn't get no PR, no status. If you've been written in against and proof is there that here's the videos of them, here's the pictures of them, here's the WhatsApp messages, all of this to show that she infiltrated my marriage and disrupted it and took incomes away from my children and stuff in our family life deteriorated. So the deputy governor have no value in his comment about we have to look at the family value. Well, you know what? The dependence is the problem right now in this country. We have too many dependents on every application coming to immigration to WRC has the red carpet rolled out for the dependents. And they should be a paying. When you add a dependent to your status application, you should be paying double for that application.
All right,
because you're adding another
caller.
person.
All right, honey,
All
Cheryl,
right.
thank you so
Bye.
much. One more caller, and then we got to queue up the cabinet thing here. Morning, caller.
Morning, Sandra. How are you?
Morning. Not bad. How you doing?
Good. Just quickly, yes, I just wanted to say yes, cabinet can revoke status. Dealing with statuses and all of the refusals, that was one of my jobs in cabinet from 1993 until 2005. And in 2000, I implemented the immigration appeals tribunal. And I also was the secretary of it for 5.5 years of the first part of the inception.
What section of the law do they use to determine revocation? Like on what basis can they?
Are you talking to me, Sandra? Yes. Somebody else?
No.
There's a lot of noise in the background.
No, because cabinet is starting up. But I was just asking you if there was a section of the law that applied to revocation.
At that time, yes, it was a section of law. I don't have it with me, but I'm just telling you because I actually dealt with appeals. That was part of my job. It was my job description. But we did revoke statuses. It wasn't something that we did on a daily basis.
Okay.
But when statuses and the work permits and trade and business licenses and stuff were turned down through immigration, they all came to me and they went to cabinet then. But we also had the legal to rule on them to say whether we should give or we shouldn't. And we had many instances where people got in car accidents and killed all like 3 people, and they went to court, they were deported, and they had Cayman status. And of course, cabinet did that. They also had people that were constantly doing different things, and cabinet said these were not of good character. They didn't need to be in our country, and they revoked them. So that just tells you from 1993, I took that on until 2005. Okay, so that tells you. And like I said, I started Immigration Appeals Tribunal in 2000 and worked on it for 5.5 years. But yes, they did revoke statuses. It depends on the caliber of our government that wants to stand strong, hold character together and principles together. And of course, the laws that they've put in place. Now, I haven't been in that area in many years, and laws has changed throughout these years, but yes, we did it. Yes, we stood strong for our people. If we thought you were not someone of good character, you didn't deserve to be here. The people that I worked with and started with in the 80s, they made sure you protected Cayman. That's all I have to say, darling. Take care and have a great day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So, folks, cabinet has started. I want you guys to continue watching because what happens in Parliament is very, very important. You guys got to pay attention. I mean, sometimes media reports and stuff, sometimes we miss things. We got dedicated people now watching cabinet to make sure that we don't miss much. But let's hear what they're saying. Let's turn up the volume. Minister Wilson-England speaking now.
In reading the report. The report is self-explanatory.
What's on the agenda? This is second sitting of the second meeting of the 2025-2026 parliamentary session.
University College Cayman Islands Year in Review 2024.
Oh, UCCI is coming up. This is a good one.
To be laid on the table by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education.
They need to speak up a little bit. Right? The only one who can barely hear him.
Finance and Economic Development, Education and Training.
Let me see. How can I pump up the volume?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this honorable House a report entitled The Universal College of the Cayman Islands Year in Review 2024, 50 Years of Excellence.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak to the report?
No, Mr. Speaker. Just to say again, I commend the report to all members of this House. For those in the listening public who would wish to read the report, commend the same.
Thank you.
Let me just address this. Ms. Lavana says, Sandy, thank you so much for your quick response to the situation last night with the rental property that had their light cut off. CUC acted very quickly with your call to them. A big thank you, because a senior lady is also living there. Everyone there said thank you. True Cayman kindness. Oh, I didn't even know that you knew anything about this, honey Jill. I wasn't going to mention it, but yes, thank you. Apparently, there was some property there in Windsor Park where there was the property was sold, and they kind of did it the wrong way. The old owner shut it off as opposed to, doing a proper coordination with CUC, which would have been no interruption in the service. And so the people went home last night, no water and no light. And so one person called me on behalf of the senior lady, said, they're outside, got a fire going to try to keep, I don't know what they would do with the fire, poor things, and trying to keep mosquitoes out and whatever. And so I quick time made a call to CUC, and y'all can cuss CUC all you want, but I can tell you that CUC did a quick investigation. They realized what happened with the old owner. They went and dug up and searched for the new application. And what normally would have taken 2 to 3 business days, they quickly dealt with it so that those people could have power on last night, literally within minutes. So I do think we need to definitely, as you acknowledge, that they acted quickly. So big shout out to Nichelle Scott and her entire team last night for assisting. And I'm glad that I could help, because when the young lady called me, she said, the first thing she said to me is, Miss Sandy, I've got a problem and I've tried all these other people and I've gotten no help. And so I think you're the only person that can help me. You don't know how many phone calls I get that start out that way. And I was just glad that I was able to assist. So thank you, Lavana, for acknowledging it, because it's not nice to be sleeping at night with no AC. You can't get a little fan. You can't get nothing. All right, let's go back to Parliament. Got Kim Evans. Yes, his name was escaping me. Pastor Kim has been there as the Sergeant of Arms.
Biannual report from the Health Services Authority, January 1st, 2025 to 30th of June.
Oh, by the way, did y'all see that HSA
To be laid
article?
on the table by the Honorable Minister of
The government said they're going to do something about it.
Honorable
Barbara
Minister of
says
Health,
is my
Environment and
Yeah.
Sustainability.
HSA needs some cleaning up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay on the table of this Honorable House the 2024 annual report for the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority.
So order. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak to either of the reports?
Not to the annual report, Mr. Speaker, but to the half year.
Parliament, sorry. I keep saying cabinet. Parliament.
Honorable Minister.
Keep watching. This is how you get educated and what's
Mr.
happening.
Speaker, I also wish to lay the biannual report from the Health Services Authority for the period of January 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2025.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the Health Services Authority biannual report for the period January to June 2025 was submitted to the Ministry in accordance with the statutory timelines. It provides a comprehensive picture of the authority's operations, including its achievements, financial performance, and critical areas for reform. At the outset, I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Health Services Authority's leadership and staff, as well as the leadership of the governing HSA board. This report confirms that progress has been made in many key areas, including enhanced clinical services, investments in infrastructure, patient experience improvements, and financial metrics such as record revenue growth and the achievement of required cash reserves. These outcomes are commendable and speak to the dedication of those working across the Health Services Authority. However, Mr. Speaker, I must also make it clear that as Minister, it is not only my duty to celebrate success, but also to identify and act on the areas that require improvement. I am guided not only by the numbers in this report, but also by the real experiences of patients and healthcare workers, the feedback from our oversight bodies, and my own observations as Minister with responsibility for health. It is also important to note that this report reflects for the first time the full extent of the strategic intentions and operational performance as seen from the perspective of the authority's management. Now that this level of detail is available, I am in the process of preparing ministerial directives to address the issues raised in accordance with the Public Authorities Act and the Health Services Authority Act. Mr. Speaker, there are urgent areas requiring attention. This report, while highlighting some areas of excellence, also exposes long-standing issues that demand urgent and coordinated attention. These issues, if not addressed, will undermine the sustainability, efficiency, and equity of healthcare delivery in the Cayman Islands. I will outline a few of these areas where immediate interventions are being considered and will be actioned. 1, escalating personnel-related cost. The continued increase in personnel expenditure driven by factors such as COLA adjustments, pension obligations, and reliance on overseas recruitment cannot continue unchecked. The authority reported a 6.9 million year-on-year increase in expenditure, with 5.7 million attributable to factors largely outside of management's direct control. Still, it is incumbent upon the leadership of the authority to find ways to stabilize workforce cost and develop internal succession pathways for Caymanians, especially in specialized clinical and executive roles. 2, on bill services and outstanding receivables. The report identifies a persistent challenge with unbilled or unpaid services, particularly under government contracts. This creates unnecessary financial pressure and contributes to the liquidity constraints that threaten operational efficiency. Mr. Speaker, these issues, as we all know, are not new, but they must be addressed systematically and urgently. And a full reconciliation of receivables need to be initiated, and I will work with the team to ensure that the relevant parties ensure proper funding mechanisms are in place. Governance and accountability. The gap in alignment between the ministry, the board, and the executive management of HSA must be closed. Effective governance requires clarity, discipline, and regular engagement. I will be issuing directives to establish clear expectations and communication flows from myself as minister, through the ministry, to the board, who then in turn must hold the senior management team accountable. This will no longer be left to assumption or ad hoc intervention. Operational competition versus patient-centric collaboration. A concern that continues to be voiced, and rightly so, is that the Health Services Authority, in its expansion of services, is increasingly operating in direct competition with private healthcare providers. This was never the intent. The goal must be collaboration over competition, with a focus on ensuring that patients benefit from the best possible care, regardless of provider. Where services are duplicated, we must evaluate whether this is in the best interest of the patient or whether partnerships could better serve the public. Going forward, service expansions will need to be justified based on public need, patient outcomes, and system-wide value. And I'll be reviewing this area closely and expect the board to do the same. Hospital capacity and national coverage. The Anthony Eden Hospital facility, as we all know, it was designed many years ago for a population roughly half the size of our current demand. While incremental expansions have been made, the fundamental infrastructure is now stretched thin. especially as the population ages and demand for specialized services increases. As a result, discussions are now underway regarding how we can ensure all patients receive timely, adequate care, including exploring how private sector capacity can be more fully leveraged. This will require a cross-ministerial approach, particularly in collaboration with my colleague, the Minister of Finance, who has oversight of the Cayman Islands National Insurance Company, as we all know as Synico. We must move towards a model of integrated health system planning where public and private capacity is coordinated. Synico contracts are structured to support access and efficiency, and the patient, not the provider, is at the center of our decisions. Mr. Speaker, I intend to elaborate further on this matter during the upcoming budget debate, where I will outline how this government proposes to realign financing, infrastructure planning, and service delivery as it relates to healthcare. Next steps. Mr. Speaker, as Minister, I've begun working on issuing directives to set clear performance expectations tied to fiscal discipline, Caymanian workforce development, and patient outcomes. Also, requiring accurate and timely reporting on receivables, billing practices, and service utilization. Additionally, establishing a structured system of engagement between the ministry, board, and management for strategic alignment. Mr. Speaker, this report provides a benchmark, one that reflects both how far we have come and how much still needs to be done. We must address the underlying issues that have persisted for far too long. Cost pressures, duplication of services, governance gaps, and outdated infrastructure. To whom much is given, much is to be expected. And I, as Minister, will be very involved with the ministry and the board to issue clear instructions and ensure that the mandate is followed. In the absence of having these mechanisms in place, then the onus is on me. The people of these islands deserve a healthcare system that is modern, patient-centered, financially responsible, and well-governed. This is not about blame, this is about responsibility and action. As Minister for Health, I give this House and the people of these islands my commitment that I will continue to drive the changes necessary in policy, in oversight, and in practice to ensure that we build a healthcare system that works for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
2024 Annual Report, Water Authority, Cayman, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs.
Honourable Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 52 of the Public Management and Finance Act, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the Annual Report for 2024 of Water Authority, Cayman.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And before I give my brief information from the report, let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that this is a very special moment for me, personally. You see, Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, on August 3rd, 2015, I began my first day as an employee of Water Authority. I left, went back as an employee, left again, and then went back as a member of the board. And now here I am 10 years later as the minister delivering their annual report. So it's very special.
Progress, progress, commitment.
I often joke to them that, no matter how many times I've tried to leave, I always find my way back because a lost dog will always find his way home. So, Mr. Speaker, the annual report that we have laid here today is duly reviewed by the Auditor General and sets out the authority's performance in 2024. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share some of the highlights. For capital development, the authority successfully commissioned a new reverse osmosis plant at Redgate, increasing potable water production capacity by 1.3 million US gallons per day. Infrastructure and service improvements included significant progress being made on leak detection and remediation in Kimmanbrack and the rehabilitation of sewage manholes reduced saline infiltration by nearly 50%. The authority also launched a new customer portal to improve bill management and communication, implemented an online recruitment system, and rolled out IT, help desk, and vehicle maintenance platforms. The authority established a board employee subcommittee focused on engagement, training, and succession planning. An internal survey saw 80% of staff participation, underscoring a high level of staff engagement. The authority recorded a net profit of $0.8 million, with comprehensive net income of $9.6 million, and it also maintained cash reserves of $11.3 million and term deposits of $52.1 million, and returned a dividend of $250,000 to the government. Sponsorships and charitable contributions totaling nearly $99,000 were provided, including donations to schools, community organizations, as well as other community projects throughout the country. The authority activated its hurricane preparedness and response plans during Hurricanes Beryl and Raphael, and conducted its first hurricane tabletop exercise to strengthen our organizational readiness. Looking forward, Mr. Speaker, the authority will continue to prioritize resilience, innovation, and customer service while ensuring sustainable management of Cayman's critical water resources. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the 2024 Annual Report of Water Authority reflects a well-managed, financially sound, and socially responsible organization, and I say that wholeheartedly, delivering on its statutory mandate. I wish to commend the board, management, and the entire staff of Water Authority for their dedicated service to our islands. Their work ensures the delivery of essential services that safeguard our health, environment, and national resilience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cayman Islands Expungement Board, 2024 Annual Report, Ministry of District Administration and Home Affairs, Cayman Islands Government, to be laid on the table by the Honorable Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs.
Honorable Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 44 of the Criminal Records Spent Convictions Act, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the 2024 Annual Report of the Cayman Islands Expungement Board.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to give you a few tidbits of information. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the Expungement Board received a total of 55 applications. This represents a slight increase compared to the annual average of 48 applications received annually since 2018. Of those applications, 23 individuals were found eligible and approved for their records to be expunged. Many of these persons had shown real commitment to turning their lives around by taking part in rehabilitation and reintegration programs. Mr. Speaker, this means that 23 people now have a genuine second chance and can move forward without the stigma of a past conviction. This will allow them better opportunities to gain employment, support their families, and contribute positively to our community. This is what the expungement process is truly about: restoring hope, promoting rehabilitation, and strengthening social inclusion. It is about recognizing that people can change, and when given the opportunity, many will use that chance to build better lives for themselves and for those around them. Mr. Speaker, allow me to express sincere thanks to Interim Chairman Mr. Michael Bromby and members Mr. Hugh Lockwood, Ms. Kaylee Wright, and Mr. Benjamin Tonner for their dedicated volunteer service on the Expungement Board. I also extend appreciation to the staff of the Office of the Deputy Governor for the valuable secretariat support provided to the Expungement Board throughout 2024, and to the staff of the Ministry of District Administration and Home Affairs for continuing this important support from January 2025 onward. Mr. Speaker, I commend the important work of the Expungement Board in advancing rehabilitation, promoting second chances, and as well helping to build a stronger, safer, and more compassionate Cayman Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Unaudited quarterly financial report, 3-month period ending 31st of March 2025, core government. Unaudited quarterly financial report, 6 months period ending the 30th of June 2025, core government, to be laid on the table by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honorable House the unaudited quarterly financial report for the 3-month period ended 31st March 2025.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just a few brief remarks. On behalf of the government, I have laid this report as it's required under Section 29(4) of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. The Minister of Finance arranged for the gazettal of the unaudited quarterly financial report on the 12th of May 2025, meeting the 6-week statutory deadline to do so after the ending of the 31st of March quarter. The report reflects records from the government's financial management system as of 9th April 2025, supported by CFOs across ministries, portfolios, offices, and statutory authorities and government companies, hereinafter referred to as SAGCs. All amounts stated are in Cayman Islands dollars. As of the 31st of March 2025, total assets of government were 3.5 billion, total liabilities were 1 billion. Therefore, the net worth was $2.5 billion. Cash and deposits totaled $614.6 million. That is made up of $117.6 million in cash and cash equivalents and $497 million in marketable securities, which are fixed deposits placed with local financial institutions. Public debt stood at $396.8 million, $48.9 million lower than the prior year due to repayments of debt principal. No new borrowing was incurred during the period 1 January to 31st March 2025. Mr. Speaker, the statement of financial performance for the period shown on page 7 of the document indicates that in the first quarter of 2025, core government achieved total revenue of $554.1 million and a total expenditure of $291.9 million. The statement of cash flows on page 18 of the table document shows that net cash inflows from operating activities total $235 million. The net cash outflows from investing activities during the period was $241.1 million, whilst the cash outflows arising from financing activities was $8.9 million. Mr. Speaker, the first 3 quarters of 2025 is typically the strongest revenue quarter due to the cyclical nature of financial services connected revenues. Nonetheless, maintaining fiscal discipline and careful monitoring of public finances is required in the remainder of 2025. The government's cash position ended at $614.6 million for the period, $195.3 of which was held in reserves and restricted deposits. $419.3 million was in operating bank account balances. The unaudited quarterly financial report of core government for the 3-month period ended 31st March 2025 is available on the Ministry of Finance website, www.gov.ky/finance, and it was gazetted on 12th May 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I now beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the unaudited quarterly financial report for the 6-month period ended 30th of June 2025.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak to the report?
Mr. Speaker, just a few very brief comments. As I said in the tabling of the prior report, this report is tabled as a requirement of Section 29(4) of the Public Management and Finance Act. Mr. Speaker, the report was gazetted as of 11th of July 2025 within the time frame required statutorily. The total assets of government as at June 30th, 2025 was 3.4 billion. Total liabilities, 0.8 billion for a net worth of $2.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, cash deposits totaled 494.8 million. These were made up of 112.5 in cash and cash equivalents and 382.3 in fixed deposits. Public debt stood at 381 million, 48.9 lower than the prior year due to repayments. No net new borrowing occurred from 1 January to 30th of June 2025. On page 7 of the report, the total revenue of core government for the 6 months were 766.3 million. Total expenditure $572.3 million. And Mr. Speaker, the government performance for the first 6 months of 2025 continued to show strong performance, in particular with financial services leading the charge on the revenue front. And the second quarter of 2025 performance was favorable as continued fiscal discipline and ongoing monitoring was necessary. And as you know from public statements made, there was implemented during that period a soft freeze on hiring within the civil service. The unaudited financial report of core government for the 6-month period ended 30th of June 2025 is available on the Ministry of Finance website at gov.ky/finance and was gazetted on 8th August 2025. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Financial Secretary and the staff in the Ministry of Finance and finance officers across government as we continue to be able to deliver these clear and transparent reports to the public, gazette them, post them on the government's website for all and sundry to see. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Port Authority of the Cayman Islands, Annual Report 2024, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Planning, Land, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the Honourable House the annual report for the Port Authority of the Cayman Islands for 2024 financial year covering the 1st of January to the 31st of December 24.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the report?
No, sir, but I just want to thank the board, the management, and the staff of the PAC for all the hard work that they continue to do and for the service they do for all the people.
2024 Annual Report for the National Roads Authority for the 2024 financial year, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the honourable table of the House the annual report for the National Roads Authority for 2024 financial year, from the 1st of January to the 31st of December of 24.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the report?
No, sir. The report is self-explanatory. I just want to thank the board, the management, and the staff there for all the continued hard work that they continue to do for the country.
Okay.
Urgent questions?
None.
Questions to members of the government? The elected member for Georgetown West to ask the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Trade Development. Question number 27.
Honorable member for Georgetown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 27 in my name to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Trade, and Trade Development. Can the Honorable Minister say if the Cayman Islands Turtle Center Human Resources Department is in-house and how many are Caymanian?
Honorable Minister of Tourism and Trade Development.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Georgetown West for that question. The answer, the human resource function at the Cayman Turtle Conservation Education Center, CTC, is currently managed in-house. Following the resignation of the HR manager in December 2022, the board directed in January 2023 that a top management HR professional should be recruited. A Caymanian chief HR officer was appointed in June 2023 and resigned 6 weeks later. Their departure, coupled with the resignation of the Caymanian HR officer who had been supporting HR functions during recruitment, led to the outsourcing of HR services to an agency to ensure continuity in HR operations. A rigorous recruitment process was subsequently undertaken, and a chief HR officer was appointed in 2024 on a work permit. A Caymanian HR administrator has also been recruited and will join the CTC on the 17th of November to replace the agency staffer. Out of a total workforce of 103 employees, I'm proud to say 83 are Caymanian, 6 are residents with the right to work, and 1 employee is a permanent resident. The chief HR officer post is one of the 3 work permit positions, underscoring the CTC's strong record of Caymanian employment. Importantly, each of these 3 posts held under work permits has a clearly identified Caymanian successor as part of the organization's succession plan.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to some minor technical difficulties, I think the question is there now. I just want to be able to peruse the numbers, but we're trying to be as efficient with technology, so the answer just came in. Can the Honorable Minister say how long those succession plans are laid out for those Caymanians to replace those 6 work permit holders, if my numbers were correct? Let me see. Can't remember how much you said were on work permit. But those, whatever the amount is, do we have a timeline for how long that training or that shadowing for those Caymanians to take over?
Thank you, Deputy Leader Opposition. The Chief HR Officer post is one of only 3 work permits positions. The other 2 are the finance manager and also a veterinarian. To my knowledge and what has been the information provided to me was when these permits come up for renewal, that the succession plan with the Caymanians will go into those roles.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for that answer. That sounds logical to do it at that transition point. Can the Honorable Minister also say if there is a particular policy around outsourcing employment overseas within the CTC?
Thank you, Deputy Leader. That policy, to my knowledge, is if we cannot find a suitable Caymanian, that we will bring someone to continue the continuity of the Cayman Turtle Center's operations to make sure that we have no suffering there. But as far as putting Caymanians in place, that is our number one priority, to find Caymanians to fill those positions.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the minister's commitment to Caymanians. I was trying to establish, if he doesn't have it now and he wants to provide it in writing, I'm happy to accept it that way. But more specifically to outsourcing employment services to the center, if there is a policy position of the entity, so specifically to say, we will not outsource, because outsourcing can be a cheaper exercise. But as government entities, particularly being funded by the taxpayers' money to circumvent the opportunity for a Caymanian to get it, I think their policy internally should reflect one of what the appetite of the government of the day. So I'm happy to receive the information later, but more specifically, is there a policy about outsourcing or not allowing outsourcing outside of the Cayman Islands? Because some of the things that were outlined at the positions are things that can be outsourced, like HR management.
Thank you, Deputy Leader there. I will provide that for you in writing, sir.
Next question.
The elected member for Georgetown East to ask the Honourable Premier, question number 28.
Honourable Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 28, standing in my name to the Honourable Premier and Minister of Financial Services and Commerce. Can the Honourable Minister of Financial Services and Commerce please provide an update on a commitment made by the Cayman Islands Bankers Association in September 2024 to review and update the banking code of conduct for its members, having regard for the UK's banking consumer duty rules?
Honourable Premier.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer. In September 2024, the Cayman Islands Bankers Association, known as CIBA, gave a commitment to review and update its banking code of conduct to reflect international best practices, particularly the United Kingdom's Financial Conduct Authority consumer duty rules. Following that commitment, CIBA completed its review and issued the 2025 Cayman Islands Bankers Association Banking Code of Conduct. This updated code represents a significant step forward in promoting fairness, transparency, and accountability across the Cayman Islands banking sector. The new code strengthens commitments to fair treatment of customers, clear and transparent communication, and responsible lending practices. The code also introduces new provisions to protect vulnerable customers, enhance data protection and privacy standards, and encourage financial inclusion and education within the community. Every Class A retail bank in the Cayman Islands, i.e. Butterfield Bank, CNB, CIBC, Proven Bank, RBC, and Scotiabank, have adopted and implemented the updated code this month. By this adoption, CIBA has expressly confirmed its commitment to maintain high standards of conduct and aligning the Cayman Islands banking practices with leading international frameworks such as the UK's consumer duty. The Ministry welcomes this advancement and will continue to monitor and engage constructively with CIBA to ensure that the updated code achieves its intended purpose of strengthening consumer confidence and protection within these beloved islands.
Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members will probably recall that this issue arose out of a private member's motion that I brought last year, asking government to look into this and encourage the Bankers Association to update their code to comply. And government accepted it, and I only read this morning in today's Compass Online that it had actually been completed and the code had been updated and implemented. So I thank the Premier for taking it and advancing it and getting it to this point. But I do have a couple other questions to the Premier, if I might ask. Premier, I haven't seen the update, the new code, but I'm assuming that you have. And I'm just wondering, does it broadly comply with the UK Consumer Duties Act that we asked for to be compared to and to updated in accordance with it?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Speaker, yes, it incorporates the principles of the Financial Conduct Authority's rules.
Honorable Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Premier if government is broadly happy with the product and end product that has emerged from the Bankers Association?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Speaker, we are satisfied that it's a significant step forward. What we will do is to monitor its effectiveness, that the consumer feels it, that if that is not the case, then we're prepared to bring regulations. But we'd like to see whether or not, through market forces and competition, they're able to fulfill the code.
Member for Georgetown East.
One final question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the private member's motion that I tabled in June 2024, we had another resolve section that we asked government to consider requesting SEMA to review and report back to the Parliament by the end of this calendar year, that would have been last December, on the fairness of fees charged by the retail banks and the fairness of interest rates paid on savings and other deposit accounts, ensuring that those rates and fees are fair and equitable for its customers. Can the Premier say whether that question has been moved forward with the banks and what the outcome or what is the stage of completion of that review?
Honorable Premier.
So if I follow correctly and remember, that bit of work was to be undertaken not by the banks but by the Monetary Authority. Right. And the Monetary Authority, I believe, completed that work. I'm happy to furnish it.
Next question.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of follow-up questions to the Honorable Premier. Is the Premier able to give just some practical real-life examples of what these new codes will do? I see that his response was the new codes will strengthen commitment and fairness to customers. Is there a list of practical things that have been changed? I know we will wait to see the feel of our customers in our community as to these code changes. But is there anything specific that you saw in these new updates that will ease the life or the communication and responsibility to the average Caymanian borrower in our community?
Honorable Premier.
They set out a number of things: a commitment to greater financial inclusion for those who find difficulty having bank accounts, fairer notice of when fees are increased, and also better data protection. So there's a range of principles, and I believe by now it's posted on their website, the principles that it incorporates to allow for our consumers to have better protection.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response, it also talked about inclusion and education within the community. I'm going to go down the road of this outsourcing concern because we do recognize that in the Cayman context, the banking system and the services the banks offer are essential for growth and development of our people. And we do have a lot of seniors and people who are limited with technological advancements, and we can see that the banks are pushing that forward. Is there any areas of outsourcing concerns that the banks have brought up in these changes, as we are seeing more and more banks are outsourcing and doing everything via email or via the phone as opposed to in person, which is what many Caymanians are accustomed to? Have there been any discussions within those new codes that will address that area of concern for some Caymanians?
Honorable Premier.
Yes, they plan to train more of the frontline staff to take account of particularly customers like that who need additional assistance rather than having to rely on an overseas correspondent.
Honorable Member for Raidby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a quick question. The Honorable Premier mentioned that the new code of conduct will be monitored, I think is the word he used. If he could just confirm to us exactly, is that CMU will be doing the monitoring, and will there be updates to the public under this House in terms of how the code is working or functioning?
Honorable Premier.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Speaker, to be a combination of the Monetary Authority and the Ministry. We're happy to provide periodic updates as and when required by the House.
Honorable Member for Raidby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the Honourable Premier also for moving that private member's motion forward. It is an extremely important one.
That's not a question.
Thank you, sir. I will leave it at that. I just wanted to thank him for the work that he's done there. Thank you.
The elected member for Georgetown East to ask the Honourable Premier, question number 29.
Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask question number 29 to the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce. Question number 29, standing in my name. Can the Honourable Minister please provide an update on the government's efforts to bring forward amendments to the Registered Land Act as proposed by the Law Reform Commission based on their review of useful reforms to deal with the enforcement of mortgage-type security over real estate?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer. In response to the honourable member's question, I'm pleased to advise that the government has made substantial progress in advancing the Registered Land Amendment Bill 2025, which seeks to implement the recommendations made by the Law Reform Commission following its comprehensive review of the enforcement of mortgage-type security over real property. Given this type of reform, the member for Georgetown East can be forgiven for directing this question to me, presumably because the area of banking rests under the remit of financial services. However, technically, the registered land legislation falls under the remit of the Ministry of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, thus under the hard-working stewardship of that minister, the member for North Side, J. Ebanks. Therefore, I'm pleased to report that that Minister for Lands brought forward and Cabinet approved the Registered Land Amendment Bill 2025 on the 6th of August 2025, subject to minor consequential amendments by the Honorable AG and a final round of stakeholder consultation. For the benefit of the listening public, in 2021, the Law Reform Commission issued a report proposing reforms to modernize the law governing charges over land with the objective of improving fairness, transparency, and efficiency in the mortgage enforcement process. The proposed amendments are designed to ensure that both lenders and borrowers are treated fairly in the event of a default, and that enforcement processes are conducted in a timely and informed manner. The Registered Land Amendment Bill 2025 introduces a number of important measures, including 1, a pre-action process requiring lenders to issue pre-action information form and pre-action questionnaire before initiating enforcement to encourage engagement and allow opportunities for repayment or refinancing. 2, mandatory disclosure and legal advice. Borrowers must receive a secured lending information form and a special acknowledgement clearly outlining loan terms and confirming that they have obtained or knowingly waived independent legal advice. 3, improved enforcement framework. The bill reduces statutory notice periods, including the redemption period from 3 months to 1, while preserving fairness and the borrower's right to remedy defaults. 4, court oversight. A new Section 77A will allow either party to apply to the court for directions in cases of disputes or hardship, ensuring judicial balance and procedural fairness. 5, expanded definition of residential premises, ensuring that the law clearly applies to homes occupied or intended to be occupied by individuals, strengthening protections for homeowners. This legislative work has benefited from extensive consultation with key stakeholders, including the Lands and Survey Department, the Bankers Association, the Law Reform Commission, legal practitioners, to ensure that the new framework strikes the right balance between consumer protection and the interest of financial institutions. That said, the current diligent minister, powerfully supported by the current NCFC caucus, were the driving force to recognize the urgency of this matter and prioritize it at swift pace early in the term for enactment by this honorable House. Accordingly, the Registered Land Amendment Bill 2025 is anticipated to be published as a green bill prior to the end of 2025 so that it can be debated and hopefully passed by this honorable House soonest thereafter. Once enacted, these reforms will modernize and strengthen the framework governing land charges and mortgage enforcement in the Cayman Islands, bring it in line with international best practice, and ensuring fairness, predictability, and transparency for both borrowers and lenders.
No supplementaries. Next item of business.
Statements by members of the government.
I have received 2 statements and approved both statements, one from the Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability and one from the Deputy Governor. I therefore call on the Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability to give her statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgot for a moment about share file. I was looking for the copy to give to members. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a short statement on behalf of my cabinet colleagues. In accordance with Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act regarding the Cabinet approval of a Section 11.5 supplementary appropriation for fiscal year 2025 relating to the integrated solid waste management system known to most of us parliamentarians as ISWIMS, often referred to in the media as the Regen Project, and for those in the listening audience who may not be familiar with either of those references, I'm speaking of the project at the Georgetown landfill. On the 10th of September 2025, Cabinet approved a series of supplementary appropriations to the Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability for financial year 2025 that was not previously budgeted. For the benefit of those watching and listening today, I just want to make it clear that the supplementary appropriations were not requests for new funds, but were a reallocation of funds within the ministry. Approval was granted under the exceptional circumstances provisions of the Public Management and Finance Act, enabling the government to responsibly manage urgent financial requirements associated with the termination of the project, continuing the processing of end-of-life vehicles and scrap metals under the Early Works Agreement, and the ongoing remediation works at the Georgetown landfill. The approved reallocations were as follows: 376,000 Cayman Islands dollars to increase appropriation HES 1, which was for policy, advice, and ministerial services, to cover additional professional fees for January to December 2025, required to close out the project, ensuring that outstanding contractual obligations are met with the remaining agreements. CI $274,000 to increase appropriation OE 138, notice to proceed expenses, to meet early works agreement and associated notice to proceeds termination cost. Cayman Islands, $900,000 to increase appropriation OE 138, notice to proceed expenses for NTP number 2, continued processing of end-of-life vehicles and scrap metals under the early works agreement. 600 Cayman Islands dollars to increase appropriation EA 165, Georgetown landfill remediation works to complete phase 1 remediation works, a long-standing national priority. Additionally, Cayman Islands $150,000 to create a new appropriation OE 152, maintenance of completed remediation works. In total, offsetting reductions made within existing appropriations of $1.6 million from EI 53 and $700,000 from TP 73 to support the above appropriations. This enables that the government is not increasing overall expenditure, but rather redirecting the funds to where they were most urgently needed. Mr. Speaker, this transaction meets the definition of exceptional circumstances as set out in the Public Management and Finance Act because it ensures the government's ability to address contractual obligations, manage environmental risk, and safeguard the public's health in a timely manner. In closing, in these exceptional circumstances, this government has chosen the path of responsibility to meet our obligations, to move forward with critical national infrastructure works, and to uphold the principles of sustainable and prudent financial management. Mr. Speaker, when I return back for budget debate, I'll provide a more detailed summary on the ministry's approach to a new long-term strategy for solid waste management in the Cayman Islands. This government remains committed to investing in environmental resilience, sustainable waste solutions, and the protection of our natural resources. Actions that form part of a broader vision to secure not only today's needs, but the well-being and prosperity of generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Deputy Leader Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, under Standing Order 29-4, I just want to ask for clarification from the Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Minister confirm or clarify whether or not those appropriations that she just outlined covers all of the closing cost of the contract between the government and the DART group?
Minister for Sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to the exiting of the project agreement, yes. What we are winding up now would just incur professional fees, if anything, is because we are still continuing to wind up the land transfer agreement. So there's still ongoing discussions with the professional service providers.
Opposition.
Sorry, and for clarity again, I would ask the honourable member. I think it's important that she does clarify which land transfer she's talking about, because that will lead to a lot of speculation.
Minister of Sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for giving me an opportunity to clarify. The land transfer agreement that I'm referring to was encompassed into the original agreement. So there was an early works agreement, a land transfer agreement, and a project agreement. So as we exit this arrangement, we have to ensure that all of those arrangements are Dissolved. Thank you. Couldn't find the word.
Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of September, at a meeting of the Public Accounts Committee, I gave an undertaking to provide this Honorable House with an update detailing the Senior Leadership Risk Committee activities, accomplishments, and risk management efforts to date. I also gave commitments, Mr. Speaker, to give statements about the civil service ability to forecast, and also on the raising retirement age. I intend to do that tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every government faces risk, from global shocks to internal challenges. The question is not whether risks exist, but whether we are prepared to manage them. Today, I'm pleased to report that the civil service has taken a decisive step to strengthen accountability and resilience through the establishment of enterprise risk management. In this way, the civil service is strategically positioned both to achieve maximum results on behalf of the government and to help mitigate some of the most pressing risks facing government's operations. Mr. Speaker, in February 2024, the civil service appointed its first chief risk officer in the office of the Deputy Governor. A step towards change is how we think about managing risks. Supported by talented Caymanian as a senior policy advisor, the ERM team has created our first enterprise risk management framework. Mr. Speaker, the framework provides a common approach to identifying, assessing, and managing risk across the civil service. It has 3 layers. 1, external risks that could affect our economy and society. 2, internal risks that cut across the civil service. And 3, operational risks within ministries and departments. 2 central processes are already in motion. The external risk assessment, now in its 2nd year, looks at the major national acute risks that require a whole of government response. A sample of these risks is audited each year by the Internal Audit Service to test assessment, quality, and validate progress. The internal risk assessment, conducted quarterly, addresses areas such as IT resilience, cybersecurity, data protection, talent, and major project delivery. This work is already leading to clearer policies, stronger training, better controls, and practical improvement actions in these key risk areas. Mr. Speaker, the 3rd layer is operational risk management at entity level. Training and a new risk system will roll out in October, supported by practical guidance to build capability across the civil service. The goal is for all 70-plus entities to have effective risk registers by the 31st of March 2026. This directly supports Goal 5 of the Civil Service Strategic Plan, demonstrate excellence in governance practices. Oversight of the framework is provided by a new Senior Leadership Risk Committee comprising of chief officers, which report directly to me. This ensures chief officers both own risk and are accountable for progress. Mr. Speaker, after March 2026, the ERM team will continue to build capability, run the central processes, and assure quality. Cabinet will also receive a progress report every 6 months on implementation and outcomes. Mr. Speaker, this is about better resilience and accountability. By embedding enterprise risk management, the civil service is increasing the likelihood that key risks are managed effectively, enable us to deliver outcomes, and achieve success for the people of these islands. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, because we're making such good progress, I would like to suspend the House at the end of this order paper for 30 minutes to do an addendum to an order paper to add some questions, which will allow members to have more time tomorrow to debate the SPS. So rather than adjournment, we'll do a suspension and come back and do some more questions. Thank you.
Presentation of petitions? Mike.
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches?
I have received some requests by some members to pay some tribute to some persons in their community. I now call on the member for West Bay West.
Honorable Speaker and esteemed colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to offer condolences to members of our community who have recently lost loved ones. Ms. Daphne Orrit, our former parliamentarian, in the loss of her grandson, Caleb. Ms. Betty Smith and her family, on the loss of her son, Little Joe, who was a long-serving member of our fire service. Ms. Gilda Moxham and her family, on the loss of her mother, Ms. Laura Del Carter. Ms. Iris Phillips and her family, on the loss of her daughter, Catherine, who was a long-serving member of our Customs and Border Control. Ms. Louie Mae Parchment's family, on the loss of their mother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity.
Member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing this moment to share heartfelt condolences to families who have lost loved ones. First, I'd like to reach out to the Hislop family in Savannah. Newlands have lost. The Savannah Newlands have lost a very special person, and we take this opportunity to send out heartfelt condolences to his wife Sally and his daughter Ruthie. The Jackson Eden family, Mr. Muriel Eden, the family of the late Lacey Powell, her daughters have lost a special mom and grandmother. Also this morning, Mr. Speaker, I received the sad news of another huge loss when I got a call from Jackie Hansen this morning saying that her husband, Rod Hansen, had passed away. We all will remember Rod from Cayman 27 and Media Works. Rod was someone who took extra special care of his staff. And I remember when Hurricane Ivan hit us in 2004, Rod made every effort to charter a flight and brought in all the equipment and all of the necessities that we needed at that time. Rod was someone that we all looked up to, and today I take this opportunity to send out heartfelt condolences to his wife Jackie, his 3 children, Vanessa, Erica, and Brent, and all the Hansen family. Heartfelt condolences to all those who have lost families or loved ones in the recent weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Member for Georgetown Central, Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to rise to give my sympathies on behalf of the opposition to all those members who were just mentioned, but particularly I would like the opportunity to offer condolences to the family of one of our former members' father, Mr. Elio Solomon's father passed away unfortunately recently, Mr. Timothy Godfrey Solomon. He's a predominant man from the Georgetown Rockhold area, and our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers go out for all the children and grandchildren as they go through this difficult time. Thank you.
We'll all stand and observe a minute of silence in respect to those people. I know. Thank you.
Just a minute, Madam Clerk. Minister of Social Development and Innovation, I think you have a special moment you want to celebrate and inform members about.
Thank you, Mr. Well, it's one day late. I wanted to, and I did forget yesterday to offer from the floor of the House birthday greetings to my father, who was 91 yesterday. Our father, who was 91 yesterday, a man, my hero, a cultural icon for the country, and I have no fear in saying that, always willing to go the extra mile, and it's because of him and the life lessons he's taught me why I'm here today. And also, to the many life lessons he taught my brother from another mother, the Deputy Premier, all those life lessons as well. So, Mr. Speaker, just from the floor of the House, I want to wish him happy birthday.
I'll let you off the hook and I love you all, and I'll ask you all to sing happy birthday. But next item of business.
Raising a matter of privilege.
None.
Other business.
None.
Government business.
None. The House is suspended for 30 minutes.
All right, folks. So suspended for 30 minutes. Do you guys want to continue into the afternoon segment by a quick vote here? Go ahead and I guess show me, raise your hands and show me if you'd like for us to continue the stream at midday. Quite a few of you still tuned in, honey child. Got over 200 people still here. That's looking pretty good. Shaka says, yes, please. All right. So we got 30 minutes to kill. What do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to talk about? Someone just sent me requesting the poll for the Siemens benefit. They want to vote in that one. So I'm going to just post that. Did I post that on Facebook? I can't remember now. Hold on. I'm going to go and just double check. Thank you, Neelas, for voting as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and double check and see if I had posted that one, because I honestly can't remember. Let me see here now. I think I posted it on Facebook. Let me just double check, because it would have been yesterday if I posted it for sure. So yeah, go ahead and vote in the polls. That's what they're there for, to get your feedback. And listen, and not for nothing, but I'm making sure that we share these poll results with our government. So you guys get to see my bathroom over there. I should close my door. But yeah, we're going to share this with government, because I think it's important for them to know how people are feeling, So yes, it's there on Facebook. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to send this out again. Maybe I didn't send it out in the channel. So I'm going to just send it out in the channel. Make sure that you guys have this so that you can vote in this. So let me just make sure now. You've got the links and everything there. We make sure we send it in the channel, and then we also post it on social media. So let me just double check yesterday if I forgot to send it in the channel. I might have posted it on social and then forgot to post it in the channel. That's exactly what I did. So give me 1 second, honey chill. And I'm going to make sure now that the channel gets it as well. That's the benefit of being the channel. That's why we try to send everything that's in the channel as well. So I just saw Minister Isaac Rankin acknowledge his father, who's 91 years old. We also likewise posted yesterday, wishing him a happy birthday. We had quite a few birthday announcements yesterday, in fact. So that was nice. 91 years old. What a blessing. I tell you. We're going to be fortunate to make it, child, because these people be stressing us out, trying to kill us off with stress, but we're not going to let them do that. We're going to remain cool, calm, and collected. Morning, Miss Michelle. Yes, we're going to remain cool, calm, and collected. And what they say, no stress, no mess. That's what we're going to go with. So you saw a number of reports being tabled this morning. Minister of Health actually speaking about the HSA. And in case you missed the news, the government, the premier, in fact, acknowledged that the HSA is a real area of concern for them. And they will be, my apologies, they will be addressing this because it's an area of concern for a lot of people. So they can't continue to allow this to just go So I think this is great because it demonstrates at some level that the government is clearly listening to the people. Y'all need to speak up because if they're listening, it's important that you speak up. So they did table in yesterday's segment the strategic policy statement. We will have a look at that in a bit more detail on tomorrow's program because they have discussed some broad outcomes that they would like. And on Monday's show, Premier Andre Ebanks and Minister Anglin are supposed to be coming on the show. I'm just waiting for final confirmation on that. So let me just confirm. Let me just, while I'm thinking about it. So I'll just confirm that they should be coming. So there you go. And then, the situation with HSA, the premier announced fee restructuring for the HSA board. So we've seen the board, really having a lot of excessive meetings and costing the people that Cayman Islands a heavy penny with their number of meetings. They sound like they really running the hospital day-to-day operations. And so in his very first response to the first premier's question of this session, HSA came up and they were asking the opposition leader, Joseph Hugh, about the HSA board oversight. And so he talked about the fact that they were looking to reform quite a bit there, including the transitioning the board remuneration from a per meeting stipend to a flat fee structure to discourage excessive payments and unnecessary meetings. So yes, I would say that's a good thing. And there needs to be uniformity across boards. We've talked about this before. And it's very, very unfortunate that one board does one thing, another board does something else. It's kind of like all over the place, and it's like, what? Oh my gosh. So it needs to be better. So hopefully we can get that situation under control. So their yearly report for the period from January to June of 2025, I want to see if we can get a copy of that. And they say this marks the first such report presented to Parliament since the HSA Act came into force in 2003. Can we talk about slackness with previous administrations? Since 2003, they haven't submitted a HSA report. No wonder they've been going on with all the foolishness they've been going on with. Oh my God. Like, wow. No, sir. Y'all think it was the last minister that was a problem. I tell you what. I tell you, no, sir. This show was insane. It only came out, I tell you. Which show? This morning? Or the one we did on HSA. Came out finally paying attention. These statuses give ways all the time. It's unfortunate. I think that, I don't know, for whatever reason, that gentleman there is in his feelings, and I don't know why, he's afraid of attention. But it was so. I was just looking at it actually on Facebook. So well received. Close to 400 people have liked it. 305, and then 75 comments, congratulatory comments, really, really positive. Sometimes you just gotta, you gotta get out of your own way is all I can say on that. But, I think we've discussed it enough this morning. Anyway, let me just see what else is trending. Oh my God, did you guys read about this woman found guilty of murdering ex-boyfriend's lover in Florida? Jamaican woman? Well, she's going to go to jail for a really long time. So sad. Guilty of first-degree murder. It's such a shame when our people go overseas and make a spectacle of themselves. Make us look bad, whether they're Jamaicans, Caymanians, Trini, Caribbean people, generally speaking. Going abroad and just giving us a bad name. It's not nice at all. Big shout out to Angelita. Yesterday was her birthday as well. She's such a doll. I love Angelita. She's so sweet. Really sweet person. We had quite a few birthdays yesterday. We had Jermaine, Lavana's husband. He celebrated a birthday yesterday as well. So big shout out to him. Hopefully he enjoyed his birthday. And the deadline has now passed for nominating anyone for the National Recognition Awards. Deadline having been yesterday. So if you missed it, oops. A deadline's a deadline. So yes, please vote in the poll question. I'm going to just share this one here again to make sure that everyone has gotten it. Oh my gosh, there's something trending now that looks like we have to do tomorrow's show on. Oh boy. Ay. What a mess. What is this one now? If you're Caymanian, there's opportunities for you. Caymanian youth. Actually, I think this one is true. Let me, I know which ministry this is. Let me reach out. What is her name again? Okay, let me, yeah, I think this one is true. Let me see. Yeah, let me see here. Let me just see. Boy, I tell you. All right. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I'm getting some information about a company, some serious complaints being levied against them. And, as in most instances, I try to give these companies an opportunity to, to respond. So let me just see here. Trying to get a name here. Okay, let me get some information on this. Okay. Okay. All right, I got a lunch appointment today, lunch date with the hubby. Okay, ensure they send me. Okay. All right, very good. All right, so we're just killing a little bit of time here until they took a half an hour, so they should be back at 12. Big shout out to the Cayman Islands Football Association. The Cayman Islands women's national team begins its 2025 and 2026 CONCACAF W qualifiers campaign next month, my apologies. And they're going to be hosting Bermuda on November 27th at the Truman Bodden Sports Complex. Kickoff is set for 7 p.m. So I want to make sure we get some details on how we can watch that. Go, women, go. I think World Cup is coming up for next year, right? So that's for the men's. And yeah, this is fantastic news. Let's make sure that we have them talk about that for their show segment. Okay, good stuff. All righty. Yeah, that's some good news in case you guys missed that. Let me see. Cayman Brock says, what about the changes regarding the way banks deal with foreclosures? There were changes that were going to be made in relation to that. I wasn't aware of any. Did somebody tell you there'd be changes around that? I don't think there's going to be. I obviously haven't heard anything. So, if you've heard something, let me know. But what do you expect to change exactly? I mean, let's be very, very clear here. When you go and borrow money from these banks, you got to understand the commercial nature, the commercial transaction that you're getting into. Speaking of that, hold on a second. There was a guy who called me yesterday. Hold on a second now. Let me see. Let me see if I can get. Someone called me yesterday about these loan businesses. And I can tell you they're running what is the equivalent of a loan shark business, but where you pay these high interest rates to borrow a little bit of money. And he was complaining to me about the poor customer service and then, how they're treating people and all this kind of stuff. And I said, listen, you guys got to make up your mind. You can't go out there doing business with these kind of people. Let me see if he wants to call in. You can't get into the business with these type of people charging all kind of interest rates where basically you never paid off and think that you're going to be helping yourself. You're putting yourself in more of a hole. 1 second for me. Let's see if we can get this guy on the phone. I'm checking to see if he's available because, he's complaining about the exorbitant rate that his friend went into this loan. I said, but did your friend not read the documentation? Did your friend not understand the implications of going to what I call a loan shark? They call it loan to payday or whatever. You go and borrow $4,000 from these people. You will never pay that money back. You'll be paying from now until, the return of the good Lord. It's not a good idea. But I tell you what, let me get my show phone. Hold on. The thing about it is people do it because they don't have any other choice. If they had a choice to go to a bank and get a better interest rate, or if they had a choice of borrowing it from a friend, they would have done that. They find themselves in a situation where when you have to go to those people to borrow money, things bad. And they know it. And that's why they set up these businesses. And so, yes, they're going to take advantage of you, but it's taking advantage of you with your full knowledge and acceptance of the facts, because you are actually saying, hey, I need your services. I need your money. I'm broke until payday. And they come out with their little greedy hands, have you sign a document. Most of you, not even, most of you are not even checking any of the documentation. You just sign it because you just want the $4,000. They're taking collateral, they're taking your vehicles, they're taking all sorts of stuff. And then next thing you know, you find yourself paying not just the $4,000, but all 25% interest. And then you have to realize that you never gonna pay that back, right? You never are going to pay that back. So I don't know what y'all be thinking, but it's not a smart idea, not at all. So let me see if here we go. Good morning, caller.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Anna. How are you doing this morning?
Morning, darling. Yeah, we just have a little break between Parliament's session here. They're coming back, they said, in about 15 minutes. I thought maybe this would be an opportunity now for you to talk about what we discussed yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. I sure would like to get the word out there about this company and my experience about this situation that took place yesterday, which was very unprofessional, like I explained to you, and the disrespect that was shown to me and to my client, knowing that they're supposed to be running a professional business. So like I said, I accompanied my client to this location, which is on Mary Street across from Boucher Shop, well known. The name of this company is Cayman Mobile Lenders. We entered the building. We explained to them that we wanted to pay off the loan to receive back my client's vehicle. And her response was to me is that, yes, we can pay the vehicle off, but we would not be receiving the vehicle until they close their shop, and it will have to be done after hours when she gets time to go and pick up the vehicle from her private residence in Prospect. And I'm explaining to her, how can you expect that I'm going to hand you over $5,000 and you're charging my client almost $480 a month on just interest on a $4,000 loan. And you're going to tell him that he don't even get the courtesy of you doing a walk around inspection like you did when the car came in. And he has to wait over 8 hours and show up at a residence in the night, not knowing what damages or stuff is done on the vehicle after being paid for to receive his vehicle back. So he has to be inconvenienced for 8 hours because you can't close your shop. She's in her attitude is very disrespectful. She got off telling me, oh, I must get out of her buildings. I can't tell her how to run her business. She run her business how she wants. They're very disrespectful. They're overcharging people at this island. Who much big rates on these loans, and the business is not run professionally. You can't tell somebody to come to your personal home, which is not listed in the contract, that the vehicle is supposed to be stayed at their compound, which is on Mary Street, not at your personal private home. And they're breaking a lot of their own rules and regulations, and then expect the people of this island to bend in to work with him. And I told my client never ever to even look back that direction due to the attitude and the disrespect and the words that were used towards us. And yes, I agree. I did use some aggressive words back after she used it to me, yes. But it was very unprofessional with what we witnessed yesterday. And I just want the people out there in the island to know there's different options of borrowing funds out there. And I would appreciate it if you guys do not support her business. And like I repeat, it's Cayman Mobile Cash Loan. I really would like to get that word out there because, like I said, it was very embarrassing and disrespectful to me and my client yesterday, what we had to witness there. And yes, we did get the vehicle back after 7 last night. They didn't even allow us to come to their residence. They drove the vehicle to the top of the road in Prospect, and on the side of the road is where we had to do our inspection in the night. And she did not even have the respect to even come out and deal with us. She went in the vehicle and sat down and told my client that he needed to bring the money to the window because she did not like the way that I spoke to her. This is very, very, very unprofessional. And like I said, I want people to know of the situation that took place and let people know to go and seek other options when they get themselves in situations to do not use their business. It's something that needed to be stated from a long time. A lot of people have complained about this business. So I needed to be the voice apparently to get it out there. And I don't mind it.
What is the name of the business? What's it called?
The name of the business is Cayman Mobile Cash.
Well, they're not too mobile if they can't even get your car back to you. I mean, I don't know
I
how
mean, how
mobile
can you tell
that
me
is.
that I'm going to pay you over $5,000 at
Yeah.
10 o'clock in the morning, and I have to wait till 7, 8 o'clock in the night to receive my vehicle on the side of a road without an inspection?
No.
That's very, very unprofessional. And then you're going to use disrespectful language to me and my client when we're just trying to explain to you, if you're going to run a professional business, you need to do it professionally. It was not done professionally. Was not done, far from it. And I will never recommend someone to use their business ever in life again. There's other options out there, and I would prefer to people to go and find other ways to do it instead of using that business. It's very unprofessional.
So this person said, girl, those are Colombians, mother and daughter, running a money scheme. They now have a place next to Bananas. Yes, go to their house in Prospect and you'll see the amount of cars parked up there. So they're taking people's vehicles as collateral and then parking at their home. That's interesting. I don't know how they got Cayman papers. They even drive the vehicles up and down. Ooh, now that's a problem. That should not be done.
Exactly.
Her mother
Exactly what is
used to
taking
work.
place.
Her mother used to work Foster's. Their house is in Prospect. One of the daughters always up in Mall Road commenting. Yeah, they really shouldn't. Yeah, they shouldn't do that. Yay.
And the high interest rate is so that people can never afford to get their vehicle back, and that's where they make their money. Because once people go there, they sign their life away and their vehicle away, and that's it.
I wonder
They can't afford to get their vehicle back, and then at the end of the day, they just take the vehicle, they make a ton load of interest, and they sell the vehicle, and that's it.
I wonder what the contract says about the, like, if you default on the loan. What do you know anything about what's the default period before they can say you've defaulted? It's 2 months.
After the second payment, she confiscates the vehicle, and you no longer have no right to contact her about anything, and she sells the vehicle for whatever she wants. It's full of hers. You lost all your interest in everything.
Cayman Mobile Cash Limited. Wow. It's a high risk business.
I have multiple friends that have used them in future, and this is the third person that I have to bail out from this company.
You mean use them in the
Literally,
past?
people are broken in tears for what they're charging them for interest. How can you charge someone almost $500 for 30-day period for $4,000? That's robbery. And I don't care what anybody wants to say, that is robbing.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
ridiculous.
listen, these, they're all in the same kind of boat, Cashwiz and all these businesses. They do, they're taking on a risk, I must tell you. The risk is extremely high. And so from their perspective, knowing that most of those clients probably will not pay their money back, I guess they, they must realize the risk that they're taking. But I think people need to find better alternatives to borrowing money, and because it's a last resort. I guess at the end of the day, they take this chance, but it's tough.
Well, this is the third thing. This is the third time that I've had to go there, like I said, and bail friends out of there. And I said this was the last time. They draw a line, this time with me, and she started with her disrespect. I started with mine, and this is how it ended up. And like I told her, I would make it my purpose and my job to let people know how disrespectful and how dishonest they're running this business, and it is not being run professionally.
All right, so
they have a
cabinet
very
is back.
bad attitude. very, very bad attitude for be business owners.
Yeah, thank you so much. We do see that cabinet is back, so we're going to go ahead and have that go back in. But thanks for the warning, and hopefully people are paying attention to your message here today. Thank you
No
so
problem.
much.
Thank you, Ms. Andy.
All right, my dear.
Have a good day.
Have a good one.
Of the Honorable Minister of Finance and the capital allotments, is it fair to say that the government will not be addressing this ongoing yearly or administration after administration problem of a new government building?
Mr. Speaker,
Members of Agriculture.
I think I just answered it just now.
Leader Opposition, Deputy Leader Opposition. You finished? Okay. Next question.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honorable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 31.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question on the amended order paper, question number 31, to the Honorable Minister. Can the Honorable Minister say if the bus stop that is on the corner of Eastern Avenue and Shedden Road is considered a designated bus depot?
Honorable Minister for Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the junction of Eastern Avenue and Shedden Road is a bus stop, but not a designated bus depot.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister say if the buses are allowed to stop at that location, and how long can they stop for? And I'll give a small preamble, if you will allow, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Shedden Road Eastern Avenue location is a highly trafficked location with many of my constituents and others who traverse that area. It's now become common practice by the bus drivers, particularly on Saturdays, to take up even sometimes the parking spaces at the Flow building, which I now understand will be the new headquarters for the Royal Criminal Police Service. But that being said, to the point where they take up the driveway up into the amounts of over 10 vehicles at one time, staying there waiting for passengers. And it's becoming very concerning for pedestrians and traffic users alike at that corner. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, are they allowed to stop there for any longer periods of time than required for a stop to pick up and continue?
Minister for Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, first, the member asked me for a preamble, but I didn't give him permission on the preamble. But I just want to go back to the Flow building and the Flow parking lot that he was just mentioning. It is the individuals that own the parking lot that is allowing the buses to be able to turn around and park there. If they don't want them to park there, all they need to do is just write to PTU, and PTU can send that request to them, but they can also let the bus owners know that they don't want them to be parking there. I don't know what arrangements they have between the buses and the Flow company to allow them to be able to park there. But most of the buses shouldn't be waiting no more than 10 to 15 minutes and moving out and going back out. So that arrangement that they have going on there is, I don't know what's happening there, but the bus stop itself is just a stopping in there to pick up. But I just want to go on a little bit more, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to preamble a little bit further. We are looking at making some changes to the area there. I've asked the NRA to look at how we have a little more of a pull-off lane and a turning lane so that we don't allow the buses to actually get back in to the stoplight, to make it a little bit more easier and to clean up the area, because we see a lot, and maybe put some areas where the bicycles can be parked, because we see all the bicycles being parked and they're just padlocked onto the chain link fence and everything. So we want to clean up that area. So when we do some road works on the Eastern Avenue section of the road there, part of that road works will actually look at fixing that corner, but also maybe slipping the sidewalk in a little bit further. But there's ongoing discussions with Flow. I know last year we had started that discussions with them, and they're open to allow us to be able to make some more changes to that corner there. So some ongoing works will be in the near future with that Eastern Avenue Shed Road location.
Honorable Deputy Leader Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And though I know the member would love to give me permission, I think that permission is by your power. A little inside joke there. Mr. Speaker, I want to first say thank you to the Minister for giving that update from a traffic efficiency perspective, but I am very concerned from a safety component. And though I am looking forward to the members' amendments to that area to make it more efficient and safe from a traffic perspective, I am of the view at this particular point, hence the reason for the question, that the enforcement arm of the traffic department can stop them from doing so because they are licensed. So the question was, do they have the right under their bus license to be stopping any longer than the required amount of time? And I heard the honorable member say 10 to 15 minutes. It don't take 10 to 15 minutes to pick people up. That's why I asked if it was a designated depot as to a bus stop, which is two different things. And they've turned a bus stop into a depot inadvertently without no enforcement from the transport unit. And I say this from experience, Mr. Speaker, being the former Minister of Transport. So the question is, are they breaking their own rules within their license?
Honorable Minister of Lands, Planning, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, as the member rightfully said just now, he was the member before, and this was Georgetown Central location. I thought he would have looked into it as much as anything and took the efforts to take to really fix that spot more than anybody else. But anyhow, I have guaranteed him just now that we are looking at the area. We will be fixing the location, and I will make sure that the efficiency works very smoothly going through that location for him. And I will make sure that whatever communications that the Flow people have with the bus people, that we will allow it to be able to work a lot better and figure out why they are allowed to park there, number one, and whatever else is happening in the background. And if it's okay with the member, I will be able to give him back something in writing later on to let him know how that discussion went.
Deputy Leader Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I thank the Honourable Minister so much for his commitment to that. And while I ask the last question, because I don't want to belabor this anymore and test your patience, Mr. Speaker, I would remind the Honourable Member that I was the Minister for Transport for 1 year, and he's been the Minister for Transport for the last 3 years. But that being said, how long does the member think it would take for him to resolve this ongoing problem?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member is trying my patience this morning. Mr. Speaker, I have...
Okay.
All right, okay.
I'm in a generous mood. We're having all these extra questions for you also. Don't abuse it.
Mr. Speaker, I will guarantee the member for Georgetown Central that we will fix the problem so that he no longer has the headaches in Georgetown Central. But again, he did say he was there for 1 year. And if I was there, I would try to help fix it as quickly as possible because it was a thorn in Georgetown Central. It's not really a thorn in the eastern side, so I need to fix a lot of the stuff that's happening going east, which I am working on to with the buses turning around, which he couldn't get fixed. And that's why he ran to the Premier at the time to ask the Premier at the time to give me transport because he said he didn't want to deal with those people. That was his exact words.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Now, we all are having fun. But, okay, I'll leave it, but thank you.
Things are going well. Let's keep it that way. Next question.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Land, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 32.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again to ask my good honourable friend and minister the question on the order paper, number 32. Can the honourable minister say what is the current total value of property leases per month and per year that the government is under contract with the private sector?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the good member from Georgetown Central, my good friend. Mr. Speaker, the government pays rent to approximately 11,500,000 Cayman Islands dollars per annum to private landlords, plus an additional $1,260,000 per annum in common area maintenance fees. The total floor area lease is approximately 340,000 square feet. Approximately 84% of this is 285 square feet, which is for the office accommodation. And approximately 15% of this, or 52,000 square feet, is for storage. So all figures exclude the statutory authorities and the government companies, as these entities own the leased properties in their own name. All figures also exclude any government entities that lease mini warehouses style floor spaces month to month in their own name without the knowledge of the Ministry of the Cabinet.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Minister for that answer. Can the Honourable Minister say what is the current, if we are still paying for it, what is the current payment structure for the current government building that we have now? Maybe the member may not. I'll retract that question, Mr. Speaker.
That's stretched it kind of far.
Yes. But with a follow-up, can the Honourable Minister say, in light of these numbers, is it something that the government will consider for a new government building for savings rather than having so much obligations out there on the road when we could have our own building?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can say that the government has given me the authority to go out to do exploring works on this to see about actually designing and maybe building a new government building and looking at a new location, and hopefully. And Mr. Speaker, I can see we bigger on the differences on whether the building should be in town, East or West Bay. But anyhow, the business case at the end of the day will actually say that and then go forward. But we do have money in the budget to actually start to be able to start the works for that.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say thank you to the Honourable Minister for all that information. And you get full support from myself in respect to investigating.
That's not a question.
The question is, can the minister say if there's going to be allocations in the new budget coming up?
He just said that. He just answered that. I think he said that there was one in the budget to start the study.
Sorry, sir. I thought he said currently in the budget,
no,
as
in
opposed
the new budget.
to in the proposed budget.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the word proposed. So it's in the proposed budget? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Land, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 33.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 33, standing my name to the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Can the Honourable Minister say what steps can be taken as a matter of urgency to slow traffic on Shamrock Road near Selkirk Drive so the vehicles can exit safely, that is from Selkirk Drive, and pedestrians can cross without risk? Thank you.
Minister for Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry, together with the National Roads Authority, continue to make road safety traffic management along Shamrock, including Selkirk Drive, area a top priority. I can confirm that the NRA has immediate plans to improve the safety for motorists entering and exiting Selkirk Drive. This will include the construction of both a deceleration lane and an acceleration lane. At the intersection, along with the new improved signage and to better alert drivers. Mr. Speaker, engineering standards do not support the installation of simple zebra crossings on high-speed or multi-lanes, as doing so can actually increase the risk for both pedestrians and motorists. Our focus remains on making our roads safer for everyone, whether it's drivers, pedestrians, and families across from communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for that response. I do hope that we'll be able, sir, to get a solution for pedestrians as well. But if I could ask, if you could give some indication as to your expectation as to when these things might be done.
Minister for Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, just within the last week, I have seen the new design for the Grand Harbor area and going into with the connection of Selkirk Drive and continuing on down to, sorry, I can't remember what the next road is down from there, but it is in the phases now to actually be able to bring that to Cabinet for their decision to bless it by Cabinet. And once that is done, I can tell you the part of that will actually be in the next phase for in the new coming budget that's coming up, of actually redoing the section of Grand Harbor, allowing that, getting rid of that intersection that is there now with the roundabout that's there, and not to go too far out of scope, but we will actually be finishing up the roundabout that's up by the Kings gym, and then allowing the road that goes to the back of the Kings gym, which is called Edgewater, which will then continue go down to Grand Harbor. Then from Grand Harbor, then that will head up to Selkirk Drive. So a lot of the traffic that is actually from Selkirk Drive going down will be able to take that particular road without actually getting into the 6-lane highway itself. So there's a lot of road changes that will be happening in that area within the first part of the new year. And what the build out for this year is to try to see about completing the stretch of road between Grand Harbor and the Kings roundabout, which gets us into 3 lanes in, 3 lanes out, and completing that roundabout at the Kings intersection for this year. And then as we get into the new year, we will see the changes start to happen to the Grand Harbor and going towards the eastern side.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is some good news, honourable member. Thank you for that. You referenced, the member referenced, I think, the connector road. If I could ask him if he would be willing to look at making that more passable for now. People are using it to avoid leaving Selkirk Drive and to move down to Grand Harbor, but it's in bad repair. I would ask him if he was able to commit to making that a bit more drivable. Thank you.
Minister for Minister for Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I can commit to the member for Red Bay that I know just talks have been recently about maybe chip and spraying that little section of road there, because we realize how rough it is to get from Selkirk back over to the other lane that's there. So we are going to be doing that shortly. So I can commit to him on that one.
Okay. Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Land, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 34.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 34, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. It reads as follows. Can the Honourable Minister advise whether the NRA is responsible for traffic calming measures such as speed bumps and speed tables, and if so, can you say whether government will consider asking the NRA to identify and install them where data shows a safety risk?
Minister for Lands, Agriculture, Planning, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the National Roads Authority responsible for implementing traffic calming measures. Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Speaker, I'm certainly glad to hear that, because if I could ask the honourable member then, sir, if he would request that NRA begin to proactively identify roads where traffic calming is needed based on traffic count, speeding data, and crash reports, etc.
Minister for Lands, Agriculture, Infrastructure, Housing.
Mr. Speaker, this is something that the NRA takes into account on all roads. We look at whatever traffic studies there are, wherever roads that we see that we have a lot of accidents on. The National Road Safety Committee makes recommendations to NRA on whether they think that we should be looking at a particular road because they're seeing more accidents. We work along with the police officers on where they think we should be looking at traffic calming measures. Just to go down the Shamrock Road, recently we know Shamrock Road was one of the most prone roads that had probably majority of the accidents on there. We came back and we put a lot of the delineators along the road where people would be able to overtake and was kept into a single file. I must say, I think, going out on the limb here, but I don't recall having seen any accidents since then that we have did that. I may be wrong, but I think it's working for what it is. There are going to be more calming measures that we need to put into place. We know that there's a lot of road works that need to be put calming measures. And again, if there is roads that the MPs see that need to have calming measures on there, I recommend that they reach out to the director of the NRA, the chairman, or myself. We're happy to always go out and look at roads with them. We recently just went to West Bay, look at a bunch of calming measures in the West Bay area with all of the MPs. And we've also looked at traffic calming measures with the minister from East End, also of areas that he thought of major concerns for him. So if there is an area of major concern that they think that we should be looking at that we may not be prioritizing, please do reach out to us and let us know that area, because I know we rely on a lot of the data that we get from the committee or from the police to help us with areas. So if there's an area that you think that your people are saying that we need to put some calming measures on, I know Selkirk Drive is one of them too, that a lot of the individuals down in Selkirk Drive has actually written to me recently and asked that we put some calming measures down in Selkirk Drive itself because of the speeding that's been happening in there. And I can tell you that we are looking at putting some speed tables in that particular road area also. I would venture to tell you, if you haven't seen any of the spray marks out there to let you know where the locations are going to be, you should see that shortly. It was just, we're waiting on that precious money that we got from Finance Committee just recently to continue to do these road works all the way down to December. And I thank you all for everybody that was here, that was in Finance Committee, that supported that money for NRA. Because the money really goes a long way when it comes to help with the infrastructure and to continue to make the road improvements and make the road safer for all of us that drives on there.
Member for Reid B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I just say how my heart has been gladdened by the last few responses. And I'll get to it in terms of the commitment for the connector road being made more drivable, and what he just said. I will reach out to him. Selkirk Drive was the major concern. I'll reach out to him, sir, with regards to a blind corner that needs some attention. Thank you.
Next question.
Mr. Speaker,
Oh, I'm sorry. Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr.
You have to
Speaker.
stand up, that I can see you.
Yes, sir. My apologies. I'll make sure I'll do that the next time. Can the Honourable Minister say whether in the new proposed budget, does he feel that he has the adequate enough support for the next 2 years to deal with these calming measures and safety requirements for our roads?
Minister for Lands.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Roads, I can always do with more money. But then I need to put on the hat as the Minister of Agriculture, and Agriculture said they need to do with more money. Then I have to put on the Minister for Lands hat, and that one asks for more money. And then my colleagues to the left and the right of me, they ask for more money. And then we have colleagues across the aisle that want community centers, and they ask for more money. And we have colleagues that ask for parks, and they want more money. So recreation and parks, I got to put on that hat also. So, Mr. Speaker, although I would love to get as much money as I can, I'm pretty sure that the opposition will support us for supplementaries if we need to come back in next year for more money to help. So I'll just put it out there that we have what we think is enough money to actually get us going and doing the work. But the faster we can do it, the better. And again, a lot of the work depends on how the grounds are when we're working and how fast we can move and how fast we can burn through cash. So what I can tell the minister, the member, apologize, a member, not minister, a member, that if we do burn through the cash and we need more money, I'm happy to know that he will support us for supplementaries.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 35.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 35, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, the man of many hats. Can the Honourable Minister update the House on the government's plans for speed cameras, specifically A, whether any legal or regulatory changes are still required, B, whether funding has been approved, C, when will they be installed, and D, how the locations will be chosen?
Minister for Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the introduction of the automated speed enforcement is a key part of the National Road Safety Strategy, which is focused on saving lives and reducing serious injuries on the road. The Attorney General Chambers has confirmed that the use of these devices is already permitted under the Traffic Act of 2021 revision. However, the new supporting regulations are being finalized and will require Cabinet's approval before the system can be fully implemented. These regulations will set out the technical and legal framework, including how the devices are certified, how evidence is managed, and how enforcement is carried out. Funding for the initiatives is being considered as part of the Ministry's 26-27 budget, supported by the business case development by the National Road Safety Committee. The plan calls for the phased rollout over 3 years to make sure the system is affordable, effective, and properly integrated with the existing enforcement operations. Once the regulations and fundings are approved, Phase 1 will begin with the installation of a portable speed trailer and a limited number of fixed cameras at high-risk locations. Mr. Speaker, the placement of these cameras will be driven by the data looking at collision records, in-area speed surveys, and traffic volumes, with the priority given to school zones, pedestrian-heavy areas, and sites with repeated serious crashes. This, Mr. Speaker, this will be done in full coordination with the National Road Safety Committee, the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. Our goal is simple, Mr. Speaker, to make our roads safer for everyone and to stop the loss of life that both traffic and that can be for both tragic and preventable.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I may have missed it, but if I have, I apologize. But can the member, honourable member, just state when the regulations are expected to be completed? How far along are they when he's expecting they'll be completed and in place?
Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the regulations will be set out in a technical and legal framework. And once the funding is all in place, that the ministry will be in the 26 and 27 budget.
Member for Reid B.
Final question for the honourable member. If he thinks that we may be able to have the first cameras in place by the end of the first quarter next year?
Mr. Speaker, if it was left to me, I would have had him up by now, but I'm not going to answer that question right now, sir. But I will let him know when they are up.
Member for Borden East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just following up on a response the minister gave in terms of school zones. I'm sure it's one of your reports that would have came in would indicate that the Theolin McCoy Primary School there in Bordentown Junction near the Cape and Wireless Exchange, it's a major problem with accidents. And I'm wondering if, Mr. Speaker, if consideration the minister and his team could look at this area, and in particular, it might be necessary for us to do something that has been done in Northside in terms of the traffic calming. Thank you.
Minister for
Mr.
Planning.
Speaker, thank the member for Borden East for that question. I can commit to him and tell him that just recently, as of last week, we were looking at a new design for that junction there. And we're looking at moving the section of the junction to make it come behind the church hall, I think, or the community hall that's there. And so it'll be where it would actually come out there and the, I think, biggest jerk chicken center that's there. So we'll shift the road to come out there because we have a lot more space that we can grow. So I'll be happy to actually share that road design with the member so that he can see it and he can actually be able to show his people in the area of, and his constituency also, of the new design works that's going to be coming into play. But when we looked at it, it was easier for us to move the entrance of that to just go a little bit that direction where we didn't have to disturb none of the houses that were there in the location, and we could actually create a bigger area to be able to turn in and out without having to purchase a house or knocking down a house or getting a road too close to a house. So I think you'll be happy with the new design that's going to be coming forward for that location.
Member for Borden East.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't go without saying, thanking the minister for that initiative.
Next question.
The elected member for Georgetown West to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 36.
Member for Georgetown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 36, and no, this is not about begging. In my name to the minister, can the Honourable Minister say how many households and persons are currently on government's waiting list for affordable housing, and what is the average wait time for allocation?
Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, as of the 30th of September 2025, the National Housing Development Trust, which falls under the remit of my ministry, has 1,152 active applications on the affordable housing waiting list, right? When we include their household members, that represents around 2,200 Caymanians who are waiting for opportunities to own a home in the Cayman Islands.
Mr. Speaker.
I think the person asking the question wanted a supplementary. Oh, sorry, okay. Deputy Leader Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if the Honorable Minister heard my great colleague ask this wonderful question. The second part of it is said, what is the average wait time for allocation? I didn't hear anything in his response addressing the second part of the question. Can the minister give the average wait time for these houses? Because we all know how many people are waiting on the list. The question is, some of them people have been on the list for about 5, 10 years and still can't get a house. So can the minister say the average wait time?
Mr. Speaker, at the moment, I don't have the average wait time for him, but it goes back past 5 years, what he was just saying. Let's not go too far back, because if he want, I can give him that tomorrow. But again, Mr. Speaker, it is here or there, right? What we have to do is we have to deliver the homes. We have to find a way to be able to deliver the homes as quickly as possible. But what we have to do is that NHTT cannot build itself out of this problem that we have. What we have to do is we have to get the private sector to come back and fill us and help fill this opportunity that we have here. Mr. Speaker, what we need to go do is figure out how we are going to allow the NHDT and the government to go into triple Ps and partnerships more so that we can build. We know there was contractors at one point in time that was filling that gap that are no longer filling that gap anymore. So because they are no longer there, it has created that burden whereby we are building more high-end homes and we have left that middle class and that lower class homes where we need to build. So we need to figure out more where we're going to do. What I can say is that with the leadership of this government and the NCFC, we are continuing to push to go forward and see how we are able to go and to create and work with the private sector and doing more triple Ps and more partnerships where we will be able to deliver the amount of homes that we need to help with people. We really know. And the thing is that the government is going to have to play its heavy role into this because there are people that really cannot even qualify for some of the homes that we have now at today's price. So we got to make sure that, yes, we may want to play the politics around with it back and forth in the years, but we got to make sure that people can afford them at the same time. We got to make sure that the banks are willing to do the buy-in with them and lend the money to these people. And those that the banks don't want to take the risk with or have the problem taking risks with, that's where the government's going to have to play that role to help fill that gap, because there are hundreds and hundreds of individuals that are going to need the help from this government here going forward to be able to own a home. We are looking at, and I'm going to go back out and say we are going to be starting to look at building the homes in the West Bay on the Apple Blossom site. After we leave the Apple Blossom, once we get that going, we want to deliver the homes in Georgetown, and then we want to continue to work ourselves back to the eastern side, which is trying to find the next heaviest area will be Bordentown. So we're going to continue to push, but we're going to work with the private sector to see how quickly we can roll these homes out as fast as we can. We're going to try to work with the architects too to come up with some designs also to see how we can come up with the best, most efficient design for them, so that when people, even those that don't want to buy a housing from there, but at least could actually come to us and get the drawing and go and do it on their own property where that could be a cost savings for them. So there's a multiple approach that the new board is looking at how we can help individuals fix the housing crisis that we're in and help deliver homes for Caymanians.
Deputy Leader Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you so much for the minister's outline of where we're currently at, and he's right, which will lead to my follow-up question. He has my full support, and I'm quite sure many members over here, in respect to the working partnership with the private sector to help resolve this problem. The minister said that they need to do that. Can he indicate whether there's been talks with private sector? Has there been a development plan, a policy position by the government? Will they be doing incentive programs? Something, I hear him say what we need to do. What I want to hear is what the government's plan is, and whether something is being formulated, is what I'm hoping to hear. Maybe we may hear that in the budget or in the policy statement tomorrow. I don't know.
Minister of Planning, Plans.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member may have hit it right on the head. He can stay tuned to tomorrow. He'll hear it.
The member for Borden Town East.
Oh.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to, since the minister mentioned Borden Town, I just wanted to ask the minister, I know they were avidly looking for property in Borden Town for affordable housing. Was any property identified in Borden Town?
Minister for Lands and Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, at the moment, there is no property identified in Borden Town, but we have reached out to a lot of landowners. Matter of fact, just recently, as of 2 hours ago, there was an individual sending a message saying that they have property for sale in Borden Town that we think is perfect for housing. So Lands and Survey will be looking at that and seeing if it's something that we can actually purchase, and if it is working out, that it could be proper land that we could purchase for housing. Yes, we are seeking more land in Borden Town because we realize that Borden Town is probably, between Borden Town and Savannah, is probably one of the fastest growing areas where a lot of individuals want to be. It's basically the center of the island. So I can commit to the member that we are going to be looking for land in the Borden Town and Savannah area for housing.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the honourable member. Can the honourable member say if he has taken into, or his ministry has taken into consideration, the work done by a young man, Mr. Matthew Hilton, prior to COVID, just prior to COVID, on housing? There was a report done. If it's not done, it's just about completed. And B, whether or not the ministry has taken into consideration the motion brought to this House by myself in 2023 and passed on working with the private sector on housing.
Minister for Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that the government has just looked at the completion of a housing policy, and we will be rolling out that housing policy very shortly here. And also, we want to, as I mentioned before, we have looked at areas and how we want to be able to work with the private sector. And there are going to be some changes of the laws that we're going to have to do to be able to see how we can actually best work to be able to make that more efficient, to make it faster for us to allow us to work with private sectors. But there has been several private sectors come forward with interest in building homes or helping national housing to build the homes. I won't call them all, but I can tell you there's at least 10 contractors, developers that have come forward already and said that they have interest in helping the government deliver on these homes. And whether that is national housing or the government comes up with the land or we come up with some kind of arrangement, I don't know, because each one has their own different ways of how they think it should work. So, but I will, in the future, we will all be working together to see how quickly we can deliver these homes for the people.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the honourable minister could confirm whether or not the housing policy would be made public.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. The government paid for it.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the honourable minister. I'm crafting it into a question for you, sir. Can the honourable minister say, in the spirit of cooperation and with housing being a national crisis, not one to be politicized, would the honourable minister be willing to allow me to work along with his team on the ideas that we had for national housing?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not the premier, but it sounds like the leader opposition wants to come join the government. So I'll leave that for him and the premier to have that discussion, sir.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Wait till the man sit down first. Wait till the other man sit down first before you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister just give an indication of time of when that policy will be released?
Mr. Speaker, I can say by the end of this year.
Member for Borden Down East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the Honorable Minister, in particular the 25 acres that was bought in Georgetown near Linford Pearson area. If it's the government's policy to actually utilize that actual property for affordable housing.
Minister of Lands.
Mr. Speaker, that particular property belongs to the National Housing Development Trust, and I must say that that's what it was bought for, and it is of the ownership of them, so yes.
Next question.
The elected member for Borden Town East to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 37.
Member for Borden Down East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister advise who drives the decision process for bus shelter requests, and can the Honorable Minister also say how many have been built this year?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are currently more than 80 bus shelters across Grand Cayman. These shelters are supplied and installed and maintained and owned by the Rotary Central Cayman. The Rotary funds their construct and upkeep, and in turn benefits from the advertising and revenue generated from them.
Member for Borden Down East.
Can the Honorable Minister, thank you, Mr. Speaker, can the Honorable Minister say that if a report has been given to the government from the Rotary Club in terms of the necessity or if additional bus shelters are needed, but they just don't have the funding?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know of any report. If there is a report, it has not hit my desk yet on there, but I can tell you that it is something that we are working along with the Rotary and letting them know that some new locations that we are seeing that we're going to need shelters on. And also, we're giving them some numbers also too, that as we continue to build out the east-west areas that will definitely need it, where the turn on and offs are going to be. So in the future, I can give him some update on some more numbers of where locations will be, but I will speak to the Rotary just in case and see. And if the member from Borden Down East is okay with that, I'll be happy to put it back in writing to him and let him know.
Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll do it. Please bear with me.
I'll try.
A small preamble. I know it's hard. Safety and shelter of persons on the road, particularly our children, is a very important factor. And I want to know if the minister is saying that sole responsibility of shelters in this country is in the hands of a nonprofit and not the obligation of the NRA.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I read. And it's always been that way. There's no changes. It's been that way from time the Rotary started with the bus shelters. It's something that I wanted in the last government to actually put in, where we would actually purchase some of the shelters ourselves. But at the time, we had to take it out. So, but I think going forward in the future, we can help them where there's location, if they need the help. As the member from Bodnell East asked earlier, I will reach out to the Rotary to see if they do need the help of purchasing bus shelters, then I'm pretty sure there's something that the government will help assist in that way.
Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused, and by all means, I think both the minister and myself and all members of this parliament ultimately have one goal in mind, which is to keep the people safe. But what I'm understanding the minister to say is that we're going to give money or help the nonprofit for them to put a shelter in. Why can't the government just put the shelters in themselves? And is there no regulation, second question, is there no regulations that mandates you do that? We're building roads every day. We're supposed to be building bus stops and the preparation for the structures for those bus stops to be available.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the system is broken. And sometimes if the system isn't broken, I don't know why you're trying to fix it. Is it that you requested a bus shelter that you have never received? Because every time we have went to Rotary and requested a bus shelter, we have never had a problem. So I don't know why are you telling us now that we should be taking that away from a nonprofit that actually is out there delivering and doing what they do and making money from the advertisements to put more money back into the community to be able to help more with the community. If we had a problem, Mr. Speaker, where we were requesting for shelters and I could not get the delivery from them, then I would definitely say we have to step in now. But that has never been a problem. We write to the Rotary, they ask us, we get permission from the landlord, whoever that area is that we're going to put the shelter in, and the shelters are delivered.
Last
Final
preamble,
question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. If the minister is comfortable with the system, then I'll leave it there. The public may have a different view on that. There is one place that I did request, and it's yet to be implemented, or maybe they think they have, and it's at the top of Palmdale Road. Now, they have a bus shelter across the street of a three-way lane, and children can't get across the street with the cars driving so fast, and I've asked for that bus shelter to be on the opposite side of the street when they get out and they can just walk down Palmdale. Palmdale has close to 300 residents in there with many school children, and particularly in the rainy season. The safety of walking through rain plus cars speeding across is a safety hazard. So to answer the minister's question, yes, I have asked, and I have not received for the good people of Crew Road and Palmdale. So maybe that's why I'm asking why the government can't do it.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first I'm hearing that the member for Georgetown Central has requested a bus shelter. And there are 2 shelters across the road. But if he was requesting for a shelter be put on the opposite side of the road of Palmdale, we would have to get permission from the landowners. But we just can't prop a shelter down anywhere. We got to make sure that it's put there in a safe manner and a proper location where part of the buses would have an alternative area to pull off as a decel lane or a shoulder to be able to pull off on. But if the member has written to my team or my ministry and did not get that response, I will take that up with the chief officer. But I can guarantee him this is the first I'm ever hearing that he's asked for a bus shelter. And he need to clarify who he spoke to about the bus shelter. No, you need to clarify on the mic.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, just for the record, I want to clarify that the member for Georgetown Central said that he did not speak to me about that.
Okay. Next question.
The elected member for Bontown East to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, question number 38.
Member for Georgetown, Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Can the Honourable Minister please advise if the Bordentown James Manoa Borden Civic Centre will be refurbished, or has it been destroyed beyond repair? Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Lands, Agriculture, Planning, Housing.
Mr. Speaker, following the latest incident at the James Manor Bordentown Civic Centre, a structural survey was carried out, and I can confirm that the building is not destroyed beyond repair. The Department of Facility Management has advised that the first phase of remediation, which involves clearing of the damaged debris and securing the site, will take place in the coming weeks. And I've been reliably informed on that. And the remaining works will proceed after the required procurement process, which is expected to begin in the early 2026. The Honourable House can be assured, Mr. Speaker, that every effort is being made to restore this important community facility for the people of Borden Town.
Next question.
The elected member for Georgetown East to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 39.
Member for Georgetown East, I think that if you'll agree that this question has already been adequately answered, I think we can move on by the Premier. Similar question was answered by the Premier on the other order, people. Okay. Okay. I know if that concludes the business for the day, so I invite the Premier, first of all, for suspension of standing orders 14.1 in order to start early tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the suspension of Standing Order 14.1 so the sitting tomorrow can start at 10 a.m. rather than 2 p.m.
Okay. The question is that this Honourable House suspends Standing Order 14.1 to allow the House to start at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
The noes? The ayes have it. Therefore, suspension 10.14.1 has been suspended. I now invite the Honourable Premier to move the adjournment of this Honourable House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House do stand adjourned until tomorrow morning, the 17th of October at 10 a.m.
The question is that this House now stands adjourned until tomorrow, Friday the 17th of October, 10 a.m. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House is adjourned.
Today, every business needs a website, unless this is what your business looks like. But if it's not, you can find talented freelancers on Fiverr, from designers and web developers to SEO experts who can build your website from the ground up. Build your website today on Fiverr. Oh, looks like Seamus also has a website now.
Can you please just hear me out?
No, all work management platforms are the same.
Monday.com is the one you'll actually love to use. It lets you set up your workflows yourself. No admin, no long approval process. You're in charge. Did you see the dashboards? They update in real time from your team's day to day, so you're always in control.
No freaking way. I don't have to put the data in myself?
Are you for real? Monday.com handles all the boring stuff, so you can focus on what really matters.
You know what? I'm ready to fall in love again. Thanks, Talking Llama.
You don't remember my name, do you?
Of course I do.
Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
Can you guys see her? Can anyone see Elsie?